As I wake up every morning, I wish the day would end, because a day without you in my life, I don't know how to mend. And I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. Come on, let's rewind till I smile. That look upon your face. My heart is empty and unguided. I'm blind leading chase. Thought I had a plan with you and me. Was the villain of my own dream, breaking me down to my knees. I look right at the mirror, wondering if I'll be okay. My head is telling me nothing, it's got nothing left to say. And I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. Come on, let's rewind till I smile. That look upon your face. My heart is empty and unguided. I'm blind leading chase. Thought I had a plan with you and me. Was the villain of my own dream, breaking me down to my knees.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me, of course, on the desk tonight is Jimmy, Preacher, Fu, and Preacher. We have week 1 of the Challenger Series tonight. Really looking forward to seeing what these teams can show up and prove tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Coming into split number 2 for this tournament, everything's changed. You know, you'll see a lot of names that you might think are really familiar coming in from either the OCS, Open Ladder, or the OPL, but actually pretty much all the rosters have been swapped since last time, so I just want to see how they mesh together and come together for this split.
Look, the Oceanic Challenger scene has always been a proving grounds for teams looking to make their way, of course, up to that OPL. Last split, we saw 2 teams, both Chiefs, now Tainted Minds, and Abyss Red, making their way up, taking, of course, out Infernum Gaming and Trident. Now, we've got a very promising crop of players and teams here tonight, so could we potentially be looking at future OPL teams here, Jimmy?
We could potentially. There are a lot of teams that have come in here actually with the goal of being promoted, and they will not accept anything other than first place coming into this split. One of the notable ones we're actually going to see start off our night is actually XL5. Now, this is a brand new team. They had a brief stint in the OCS before the OCS really existed in what was the filler for the OCS at that time in 2013, I believe. And then they really dropped out. They still had a CSGO team, but otherwise they didn't really do anything in League of Legends. And now they're back with a brand new roster. They've pretty much picked up every single player who is a contender to be #1 in the OCS. That is just completely insane. And, you know, if they could just bring all that talent together, make sure that nobody's really big-headed and has that huge ego and says, I know what I'm doing, then hopefully they should be able to take out a good place.
What a great roster indeed. But before we get too in-depth on the team tonight, let's have a quick look at the schedule and get you guys caught up to speed. Of course, first game of the evening will be XL5 taking on Reload Esports, and later on we got Fornot versus Trident Esports. And to round out the evening, Novo Gaming, who of course took Infernum's spot, bought that one out, taking on Sin Academy, and the last but not least, Alpha Sydney versus Legacy Genesis. So a very good crop of teams here. Really looking forward to seeing, of course, how they do. We mentioned how well XL5 are in terms of player skill, but of course, on the other side of the bracket, you've got Reload Esports. So can't really say these guys are as flashy, but of course, a really strong roster in their own regards.
And if you take a look at the members of Reload, you might be thinking to yourself, I don't really know who's coming up, but fear not, they've all come from Challenger and Solo Queue, and they've all been selected for their position. A couple of them have come from Professional, though, so, you know, they know what they're doing when it comes to putting together this team.
Of course, on the side of XL5, you've got CYK, Fesh, Grisha, Blinky, and Yuzuki. Of course, rounding out that line. Then, of course, on the side of Reload Esports, you've got Mr. Ballista, Scammadigi. I love all these OCS names. They're always so fun. Scam Diggity, Massimo, Christmas Trees, and Miss Fish rounding up. And, of course, the real focus of this game is going to be the bot lane here.
Yeah, it's going to be the bot lane for both of these teams, because if you take a look over at XL5, you've got Blinky and Yuzuki. Blinky obviously was in contention for being the best ADC last split coming into the OCS. He was on Alpha Sydney, and he just carried time after time again. You put him on any champion, any condition, and he just does well. Yuzuki, he had a lot of ups and downs in terms of his history. Most recently, he came down from the OPL, but now he's in a really good spot, and with Blinky, he should be able to perform well. On the other side, though, this is a tried and tested duo. They played with each other for, I'd say, since the start of time. You know, you got Christmas Trees and also Miss Fish. They're just this duo who will go everywhere together. They know how to play together. They know how to separate and not really push out. So, you know, all of the focus for both these teams should be on the bot side.
Look, and that's a very hard thing to swallow for a lot of teams right now, because they've got these superstars in the ADC and support role. But right now, ADC has not been getting a lot of love, especially with their foremost champion, Lucian, actually being nerfed for you guys at home. We are playing on 6.11 tonight, so that Q range and damage has been shaved off a little bit, but that kind of gives the rise of Ezreal, who is now on top.
Yeah, exactly. We got Ezreal, and we also got Caitlyn, who from MSI did amazing wonders, also on top. And it's primarily because of their range. You know, they can stand at the back line and they can just really shoot whoever they need to before they move up strategically and take out any important members on the enemy team. All of the other ADCs, they really stand in a bit of a close range to the enemy team, and that's not great coming into 6.11, like you said, because we've got the 2 tyrants, the sustain mages. We got Swain and we also got Vladimir. You know, they will just stand in the middle of your team and they'll say, are you hitting me? Because I can't really feel that. And, you know, you really don't want to be in the middle of that as an ADC. It's just so frustrating to play against.
It's a really tough time in League of Legends currently to call yourself an 80 carry main. So hopefully these guys maybe pick up that executioner's calling a little bit earlier to, of course, deal with the likes of Vlad and Swain. But the item paths have been the main offender to why 80 carries have been feeling a little bit left out. Of course, the reason why Lucian rose so high is not only his mobility, but that Black Cleaver Ghostblade build path just slotted so well into how he likes to play those lanes. Of course, we have seen characters like Misfortune being thrown up a little bit in the air also can build those items and still be quite effective here. But 6.11, it's been a lot of nerfs around the board, actually, though, Jimmy.
Yeah, exactly. It was more of a balancing patch than anything else. I think if you wanted to take a look at what really changed in order to change the meta, you'd have to look at 6.10, and
Sure.
11 was just really moving around the numbers to make sure nothing was really underpowered, nothing was really overpowered. One of the biggest changes, like you said, was Lucian getting nerfed, but otherwise, Ezreal, he'll still be building the same build path that we saw from before. You know, you could really throw in the Triforce if you wanted to, but mostly he'll still be sticking to Iceborne Gauntlet, and Caitlyn, she still has that nightmare build path where you don't really have any power at all until you get your third item. You know, you're sitting on that Infinity Edge and you're saying, why aren't I really doing anything? You get your second attack speed and you're saying, okay, I'm ramping up, but I'm still not doing too much. And then you get your third and bam, all of a sudden you're mowing down the enemy and say, where did she come from?
Yeah, they just step on a trap and then all of a sudden their health bar just dissipates away. Now, in the top lane as well, we saw Echo see a little bit of the nerf bat getting quite a hefty one at that. The Q damage going down a little bit. Of course, it is being moved to that second portion of it, the stun duration as well as the ultimate damage, all receiving a slight nerf.
Yeah, pretty much Echo top. All of his numbers have been reduced. And because you don't build that much AP, I guess the most that you would build is an Iceborne Gauntlet. It's not really that great for him. So we actually saw the rise of other champions who do similar things, but just have better numbers than him, namely Fizz. Fizz is a huge contender in the top lane. We've seen him played a lot in solo queue, in scrims, and also he just does so well. He's this top lane tank who's just, because you build him tanky, you know, and he just never dies because now you get further a battle. You don't even need to build that much damage. You just never die, and you keep on hitting the enemy, and eventually you're going to stack up that true damage on hit. Impossible to play against.
I'm really hoping that all the OCS teams have adapted to that style of play because, of course, we mentioned that the real veterans of these lineups do come from the bottom lane, so we are looking to see some up-and-comers in the rest of those roles. Now, a lot of champions that they may have practiced, we mentioned, did get a little bit nerfed, so maybe we might see the Trundle, maybe we might see even the Maokai got nerfed here, so the Fizz also coming up Nidalee in the jungle, took a little bit of a hit, so maybe those Rek'Sai players might be back with a bit of an attitude now.
Yeah, perhaps, because Rek'Sai, one of the amazing things that she can do is also sustain a lot in the jungle early. And you might be thinking, oh, so what, you can go back after a gank, whether you succeeded or failed. But actually, a huge important factor on the map now, as opposed to the last time that we saw the OCS, is the dragon changes. Now, I'm not going to harp on about it because pretty much every single professional region has. I know the OPL, they've been saying it on the desk in cast game after game, so I won't harp on too much, but dragon is important. That is the bottom line.
All right, guys, that's about it for myself and Jim. We're going to throw it over to Hysterics and Mendrix to take you guys into the game.
Thank you very much, Rogie. And Mendrix and myself are a bit excited to see Blinky come back in this season. Not on the side of Alpha Sydney, however, he's coming on Exile 5, and he's got Yuzuki in that bottom lane. That is a powerhouse if I've ever seen one.
Absolute powerhouse. And as they mentioned before, bot lane is where you need to look at for this game. One of the things, Blinky, even though you might be saying, hey, ADC mains at the moment are doing it pretty tough.
That's right.
Blinky's one of the best mechanical players out there. He is absolutely amazing. He knows his positioning. He knows how to play that glass cannon well, and he will be shredding the rest of the team.
That's right, but Christmas Trees and Miss Fish come back. Now, as you remember, Sudden Fear had these two great players. I believe Christmas Trees was that top laner back in the good old days. He loved his Maokai, but he's moved to a more team-style orientation. 80 carry comes through for Christmas Trees, and what a worse time, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely right. I mean, we're talking about them doing it tough, and it's just a matter of him showing his versatility as a player, the fact he's able to go from top to ADC, and just really, how is he going to manage up against that Titan that is going to be Blinky? He's going to be showing us what he can do, because it's really up on him being the underdog up against Yuzuki and Blinky.
That's right, and as we will go into Champion Select quite shortly, there is a lot going on Exile 5. Now, it's no stranger that they're the team that's being favorited in this competition so far. We've got three really strong players. Fesh comes in, and a 4-not jungler who's had that much experience. We do finally jump into Champ Select. It's got to be quite scary. Fesh has that Kindred option if it doesn't get banned away, but we see Ari getting the first ban here, and That's actually a bit of a surprise in this meta.
Yeah, Ari's not really too crazy at the moment in terms of must-pick priority and ban. However, it could be a comfort pick. She is a very solid mid laner. The fact of the matter is she is still partially assassin, amazing mobility, and at the end of the day, that charm can really change the face of a team fight if you manage to pick up a squishy before it even begins.
I believe we do lose a side of ban from Exile 5, but LeBlanc taken away as well, so this mid lane focus, especially AP mid laners. And at the moment, I don't see any priorities in 6.11 on Ari or LeBlanc.
No, really. So it seems to be perhaps Grishna looking at
Personalized ban.
Personalized ban, likes his assassins, likes to get in there early and really snowball the rest of the map, just using these mobile assassins. But with it being taken away, it's going to be a bit of trouble for them.
Going to come to the next ban, I believe, coming through for Reload Esports. XL5 not getting any of those through, unfortunately, but final one coming through. And Reload Esports, I'm curious to see what they ban here, but they go for the Nidalee, so a lot of AP orientation taken away from Fesh. Remember that Nidalee is his throwback jungler if he doesn't get his Kindred.
Absolutely right there. And that's a big, even though she took a little bit of a hit there, it's really big to take away those aggressive junglers that Fesh loves to play. He really likes to get in there, make sure the rest of his team gets going, and purely actually carry the game from his aggressiveness.
Yeah.
And again, you know, even with Kindred, we mentioned that Kindred's got a little bit of a hit in 6.11. The fact of the matter is she is still a monster towards that late game.
Exactly right. We come through first pick, and no surprise, Kindred locked in straight away for XL5.
And it's just showing that we know exactly what Fesh wants. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to go around and push around. And there we go. We were talking about the Tyrants. Those guys being the sustained
That's
mages.
disgusting.
It is Vladimir
That's so
and
disgusting.
Swain picked up immediately there. And they're just going to lock that right on through. And that is just going to be absolute annoyances, both from the top and in the middle.
We saw this in the OPL the past couple of days. That Swain, that Vladimir combination is just disgusting. So much AP damage coming through, and of course you have to build that magic resist, but then again there's so much damage, there's so much tanky stats coming out of both of them because they just have so much regen. And the combination, the synergy between those two champions at the moment is just something that should be feared by XL5.
And one of the big things to mention, they need to build the magic resistance to deal with them, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really stop what makes them so powerful. The fact that they can just sit there and constantly be dishing out damage and not be dying, and it's just so frustrating to deal with. One of the big weaknesses that come across with that, though, is having these sort of champions on the Rift. You lose a lot of your engage. So they're really going to need to round out the team, maybe perhaps go for an Alistar or a Braum to sort of push that on through, because these guys, although they may have like one little snare, Vlad's got nothing. Vlad himself is basically going to be just a walking, just prominence of fire coming out from him.
So like you said, Braum gets locked in. Yuzuki going to go ahead and play something that is more orientated to his style, remembering that when he was in the OPL, when he was in his higher levels of play, he was playing things like his Alistar in Infernum. He was playing things like his Braum, and again, that gets picked up. Lulu locked in for the side of XL5 as well, so that passive style mid laner. I'm looking at some weird hovers from the side of Reload Esports. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case, as much as I'd love to see a Hecarim come through.
Hecarim is possible for them to actually pick up. I mean, he's one of those sort of sleeper champions that he's done really well in the jungle. Evelyn, though, I'm a bit surprised to see, but Caitlyn is fantastic. And one of the things that Hecarim has is engage. He does have that with his ultimate as well. There we go. I really do like that Rek'Sai pick because that gives exactly what they need for their team. So it'll be interesting to see if they decide to throw that good old Hecarim up in the top lane and have Rek'Sai running around the jungle.
That's right. And final picks and final seconds. No, instead Caitlyn comes through for Christmas trees, and that Rek'Sai, like Rogi was saying before, and we orientate back because all these junglers have been hit, all these huge damage outputs have been hit, so we orientate back to these team fight focus. Rek'Sai comes through, and that's really not a surprise.
Yeah, and just one of those things where she seems to be really good. She can get that Cinderhulk. That has had recent buffs as well. So it's one of those things where they've become stronger and you don't really feel it. And now that we've got Caitlyn on the map, we're looking perhaps Lucian or Ezreal. Oh, but Blinky might choose to go. He's actually quite a monster as well on the Tristana. But I'm thinking we're pretty certain to see an Ezreal because he's just the next strongest or the strongest ADC at the moment.
That's right. And in a patch where ADCs aren't having their favorite moment, but instead he opts for something more his style, and Blinky on Lucian, not really a surprise if you'd call one. Trundle gets locked in as well, and that's probably going to be Trundle in the top lane, unless that Lulu decides to swap, but it'd be very strange to put Trundle in the middle lane there. But that's the final picks for XL5, and Reload going for their last.
So it's not going to be Tristana.
It's going to be a support coming through.
It's going to be, well, exactly, it's going to be support. They have the engage with Rek'Sai. Alistar is open. He is sort of lost a little bit of popularity, but he's still an amazing playmaker. That headbolt pulverize is something that you cannot, at any point in time, underestimate.
That's right, and taken away from Yuzuki, who actually had that first pick option, but goes for something for his team. See if that pays off as Mistfish does lock in the Alistar, and that is the pick and ban phase coming through with such a heavy bot lane from both supports on both sides. And remember that the bottom lane is going to be the lane that we are going to be focusing on because they are the experience coming through on both teams. Christmas Trees and Mistfish out of Sudden Fear, and Blinky out of Alpha Sydney. Yuzuki coming from several different teams in the past year. It's going to be intense down there.
It seems to be a lot of new teams, a lot of returning veterans, and that's what's great to see. How these guys are going to actually synergize in their new teams. Basically, all the preparations they've been doing up until this point is going to be very exciting to see how it manifests in the Rift. And I'm really putting it towards Reload Esports at the moment, purely just off the composition they've managed to put together. Caitlyn is just so strong at the moment. Once she does get to that three-point power spike that she gets, or 3-item power spike, her siege potential is amazing. And the fact of the matter is she's going to have a decent front line with the Rek'Sai, with the Alistar, and the fact of the matter is that you're going to try and get through those two guys, those Tyrant mages, absolutely blowing AoE everywhere and just not
A lot of
dropping.
peel, really a lot of peel. I like that point. Because actually the peel that's coming through from Reload is all focused around that Caitlyn. However, Swain and Vladimir are in their inventory there, and that's
it's
scary.
just like,
That's
you know, these
disgusting.
roaming. It's something that they're not really going to stop anyone from getting to Caitlyn. But one of the big things they're going to do is they are going to be annoying. There will be something where they're going to be going, are there a threat? Do we need to worry about them? And at the end of the day, if it's just more annoyances, more colors flying everywhere, making it harder for them to jump onto that major threat to Caitlyn.
That's right. We will be jumping into the game one very shortly. OCS has come back with a massive split, and this time I think it's bigger than ever. You saw two teams from last split come through to the OPL. You saw Abyss Esports Red come through. Chiefs Black, now Tainted Minds, and they're performing so well. This is where it all starts. These teams come through, they perform well, and they get what they deserve. Let's see if XL5 or Reload Esports can make an option for themselves to get further ahead. XL5, we're going to say it time and time again, people have favorited them to win. But can they perform? Ladies and gentlemen, game one of the OCS Split 2. And things are going to build up here. Pretty standard stuff coming through. Defensive fan, exactly even from all members here. Oh, God. Life must be hard.
Yeah, nice little line of scrimmage being put on through there. These guys, I don't see any wards coming out just yet, so they probably want to save that for the laning phase. And there's Vladimir as well getting hit in. We got the lovely Lu chilling out in the mid lane there. She does have the picks looking very beautiful at the moment.
Mandrix focusing on the looks, man. What about the gameplay? What's going on there?
The gameplay, well, at the moment, the gameplay will be starting in the next 40 seconds. Never mind that Yuzuki throwing out a Winter's Bite or throwing out the chair, making sure they can get hit on through. And now these guys are just sitting around, waiting, feeling each other out. And laning phase is going to be going through as per normal. No lane swaps happening there. And it's going to be quite hard for Trundle in this early stages. He really likes to go through, steal as many stats as he can from his opponent. And although Swain will be going towards building a little bit of tankiness, it's not much to really steal from him. He's going to be sustaining it back anyway. And the other thing to note as well is that he's going to be getting a plethora of stats. So it's really not going to be this focused sort of stats for Trundle to steal.
And Trundle, speaking of which, starts with a bit defensive there, going for the Corrupting Potion. Swain going to go for the Doran's Ring, but standard lanes coming through. No one really wanting to initiate that lane swap. No, so far, still going to watch these disgusting lanes. Although the focus is bottom side, I got to say Vladimir and Swain on the same team. We saw how this went in OPL.
Yeah, it's just going to be so much to do with Blinky jumping in.
The engage comes through. There's a nice pulverize from Mistfish, but Blinky misdodging the damage a tiny bit. He takes a massive brute force of that. Yuzuki not hitting level 2 just yet.
Reload taking a bit of an advantage there in that bot lane because they do have the extra sustain from Alistar as well. So XL5 are going to be doing it a little bit tough while they chug their potions away if they decide. So Lucian's already down his, and Caitlyn's still holding onto her. So she's got that biscuit just in the inventory in case she needs it for later. So a nice advantage going towards that bottom lane. Up in the top lane though, Oh, not much happening there. They were swapping back on down as the waves crash once again.
Yuzuki still pretty low, has just hit level 2. Christmas Trees does have the advantage, pushing very hard in this bottom lane. And it does look like Scam Diggity is looking to make his way down, possibly to get a lane gank there, or possibly just to get the Rift Herald. At this point in time, a little bit ahead of the Kindred, has actually not gotten his blue buff yet, so I take that back. Fesh is already a little bit ahead, but he's gone for the vision control over early. And Fesh probably going to go do the same thing now.
Yeah, he's jumping across now. He's going to see that the Scuttle Crab has been taken there. The pseudo Rift Herald to B is actually how they come across. And the reason why you go for the blue buff a little bit later is because you don't really need it as the Rek'Sai. She doesn't really that mana dependent or cooldown reduction, though it helps, but it means that you can jump through, clear something else a little bit differently. And there's how annoying it is to deal with Swain. Wow.
Level 4 Swain probably has 2 points on that Q, but or the E, sorry. Max E on the Swain first.
What you do is you throw, throw the E out there, and then from there you throw the Q out. So what that, he's been reworked recently, so he's definitely a bit newer in comparison to the other champions in the Rift. And it's just basically a free trade. He throws that out there, and then just walks away once the damage, and that damage over time just deals what he needs to. It's just free trading across the board.
And Blinky now reversing it, trying to trade off with Christmas Trees. Miss Fish still waiting for that headbutt pulverize combination. Only a small gold advantage towards reload, but it's pretty standard stuff in the meantime. And the gold at the moment, you look at those mid laners, and a small advantage for Massimo on that Vladimir. Definitely going to go back and buy sometime soon, but wow, okie dokie. That's what happens when Kindred does a bit of a turret dive already. Fesh picks up first blood on that Swain who was so far pushed out.
Yeah, he just decided to come through from there, and that's Fesh showing us with his aggressiveness what he can do. Even though Kindred might have taken a little bit of hit to the amount of slow that she has, that little bit of damage, it is just so dangerous for her to get going early. The moment she's able to finish that Blood Razor and start stacking those marks means that she can get so much bigger towards that mid to late game, and it's just going to be a problem already starting for reload.
Ballasta already using that teleport, so that's going to be down, no bottom lane pressure. Praelis, he's going to pick up his first assist of the game, goes back, buys a Ruby Crystal, has a bit of magic resist as well. Look at the damage Massimo's already outputting. Remember that his sustain just going to keep him in lane and bullies out Grisha. That Vladimir definitely a pungent threat at this point in the game.
And it's just really good for what he has against Lulu. Lulu is more of the auto attack based sort of mages out there. She does have a decent bit of punch early when it comes to her abilities, but she likes to sit there and auto attack to harass you down. Having that Doran shield is just such a good pickup for Massimo because it means that's being negated. He'll sit there and sustain even further. He doesn't need the mana. He's all basically health and cooldown based.
And look at Christmas Trees asserting his dominance. He does actually have a slight advantage in that bottom lane. Looks like they are going to back off now. Yuzuki with him as well. And Reload's bottom lane. Going to go back and buy now. Blinky. Yuzuki not doing that just yet. Going to push the wave in, try and even things out.
And it's just intelligent for them to do that as well. You really don't want to go back and actually be at an item deficit in comparison to your enemy opponent. As you can see, they've instantly gone through, picked up that BF sword, so probably look for Lucian to go for that as well, so to try and match that damage, or he'll be moving towards that good old Korean build, and as you can see, he's decided to move towards getting that Ghost Blade as fast as possible.
Strange that you do see Blinky has gone for the Cull, and in a lane that he's getting bullied out of, I guess that is one great way to get advantage.
Well, it means he can continue to keep up with gold. And mind you, Lucian has a much earlier power spike in comparison to Caitlyn. So Caitlyn really needs that 3 points. All he needs is his Ghost Blade and his Black Cleaver. Once he's got those two, he can trade effectively well. He's going to be doing a lot of damage, even to those sustained masters, known as Swain and Vladimir. So as soon as he can, with the Cull, he can get there quicker. And that means that he should be able to beat Caitlyn to the punch and actually take control of that bot lane before she can get going.
But Laston not going to push too far ahead. Scam Diggity is up in this top lane as well, but Fesh reciprocating that. Ward coverage out by Reload early is quite magnificent. Pink up in that top lane. And however, in the bottom lane, XL5 reciprocating that. No ganks coming down their lane, especially since XL5 pushed into the turret. You've got someone as dangerous as a Rek'Sai who can flash unburrow. No, pre-6 ganks, one of the scariest in the game.
At the moment, we haven't seen anything from Scam Diggity doing that, but it's all about them getting to that team fighting stage. These guys really don't want to do that good old skirmishes. XL5 have a more skirmish heavy team available to them with the Kindred, with the Lulu available to them, and obviously Lucian also just so flexible in everything he do. Even though he's been shaved off a bit, he loves to duel. He's great in team fights. That's why he's been so strong for so long.
And so far, Reload do have a small early game advantage. Only gold disparity is that XL5 first blood for Fesh, who has he already got the culling? As we do see, that is the culling down bottom. The Ignite goes through, a double flash, and Miss Fish goes down to Blinky. And XL5 proving that bottom lane, definitely a strong one.
And that was just amazing there. They got to level 6 before them, instantly pulled the trigger, and were able to take out Miss Fish before he could have his ultimate available to keep him alive. And that was purely because they were able to push the lane in a little bit earlier, even though that there was an advantage towards Reload in the bot lane beforehand with that first back. They managed to get that little bit of extra experience. The gold never mattered, and then from there they were able to take the advantage. Now they're in control of the bot lane.
Definitely. And as I was saying before, Fesh actually already has the jungle item. I think has had that for a couple of minutes now. 2 minutes ago. That's pretty crazy.
Well, he was able to pick up that first blood, which allowed him to get there so much faster, which means he's able to get his stacks up as well. So that's good for him to have immediately. Massimo has the blue buff, doesn't really need it, but likes to be a bit greedy. Take it anyway. And yeah, this is just what's so frustrating to do. He'll push out the lane, take absolutely no damage, and then be able to farm out this jungle camps as well.
Vladimir, very, very disgusting at the moment. CS advantage, of course, and has that Spectral's Cowl. So first item building against that Spirit Visage, which both makes Grisha nothing, and at the same tense makes Massimo something. And Praelis is sitting in this top lane brush waiting for Fesh to come up.
Yeah, just chilling out there. That's not the best place to
Killer.
back. There they go.
There it is, and now Mr. Balassa, he's gotten slowed. Is he going to have to force the flash? He's already taken it out, and Fesh is there, but the Lamb's Respite, I think it's going to go down here just in case. Turret doesn't kill him, but he survives on hardly any health. Scam Diggity's there, and Balassa actually picks up Fesh, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Scam Diggity going to push off Praelis. But I can't believe Balassa got that trade in the first place.
Balasta, that should not have happened. Balasta should not have been back in there. Should have just moved a little bit further towards that turret, made sure that he was safe. It doesn't really work out for him in the very end because that means Praelis is going to get so much more CS in comparison to him as they push up. But there's some more action in the bottom lane.
Christmas Trees is just getting bullied down here, and Blinky, so much damage, but he's going to pull off for now, and Reload have to be careful.
Okay, so now we're beginning to see that Blinky's getting a little bit stronger. There they go, jumping again.
Again, there is the stun. There is the Glacial Fissure coming through, but a double knock-up. Blinky, wow, too deep, too fast, son. As the ultimate comes through, but Miss Fish picks that one up. And Mr. Balasta, he's now trying to 1v3, but Grisha has come through as well. Yuzuki goes down. There's the Wild Growth. Praelis, he's already ulted, I believe. And they're all going to pull out as the Winter's Bite sends them packing. And it's just going to be 1-0 for Reload Esports.
So it looked like they had the advantage there, but Alistair this time with his ultimate was able to tank up so much more damage. Reload quicker with the teleport, giving them that advantage because it meant XR5 had to drop off. They lost a lot of damage from that, and Blinky was taken out immediately. Now we've got them picking up that Cloud Drake there, giving them a little bit of extra movement speed outside of combat.
And Massimo didn't even have to rotate to that bottom lane. He continues to farm, and a deficit towards Grisha is not looking too good. Vladimir hard pushing this middle lane turret. Pretty confident that he's not going to get ganked. I mean, what can Fesh do at this stage? All he has to use is his Sanguine pull, and he gets out.
Yeah, he's able to become untargetable when he decides to use that and just simply waltz away with the swag that he has there. Wow, that damage really does help him clear quickly.
It's building up.
And it's just a massive advantage for him to have. Look at that CS slowly crawling up even further away. There's no more teleport advantage on the side of XL5, and that means Vladimir can actually use that to roam a bit after he pushes out, but he might be content to just stay there. But now a little bit of action might occur down here if Mr. Balasta gets a little bit too far up.
I think he suspects something. The Swain doesn't actually hit the stuns, but Fesh sits in the brush. And that's a little bit suspicious when Kalista targets you like that, but he goes too deep, too fast. Praelis, is he going to be tanky enough? Yes, he is. There's another kill for Fesh. Scam Diggity not going to come through, but Fesh going to pick up another stack with 3 kills.
So we mentioned Swain is so strong once he gets those defensive items and he's able to sit there and sustain forever, but it's not the case when those stats are being stolen or those little stats that you've built up so far are being stolen away from you. And on top of that, you're being bullied early. XL5 really making sure to keep him down, and Trundle will be able to handle him towards that late game because he is such a monster once he gets going.
And Trundle doesn't really need kills. All he needs is those assists. He's got the Spectral Cow, he's got the Tiamat, so he's got damage and tanky stats coming through. And we're only 13 minutes into the game. He's such a late game carry. Or menace, I should say. I do not like the top lane at the moment for Reload Esports. Then again, that's Swain. Relevant in all kinds of situations at the moment.
As we mentioned, XL5 really want to go for those skirmishes, so they want the fights to actually break out more often on that. Mind you, Reload were able to pull some a little bit back beforehand after those teleports were used, but towards that mid to late game, or as the mid game starts, XL5 will be looking for as many fights as they can. Reload, they don't need to do that. They have such a fantastic team fight team purely based off the fact that you've got so much strong siege potential on Caitlyn. Add to the fact that you've got these unkillable mages in the late game and fantastic engage. Reload just want to take it as late as they can. XL5 want to get to either the super late game or really take control early because they've got that sort of safety net with Prayless.
And Raze are still doing a lot of work for Fesh, who's definitely in the lead when you look at retrospects, and Massimo setting up for this bottom lane, but he gets spotted out by a ward, so I think he's just going to back off for now. Scam Diggity also getting spotted out. That pink actually not picking up that middle brush. Scam Diggity continues to sit bottom. Izuki, the Winter's Bite goes out. They keep their pink ward safe for a couple of extra seconds, but not long enough. That's 60 gold, 2 pink wards going through. A lot of gold.
A lot of gold to Prayless, though. He's taking a little bit of damage, but he uses his own ultimate there, and just these guys are going to be standing between each other.
Look at this. Look at the health regen on this Trundle. Just Trundle things doing Trundle things.
Yeah, that passive really good for him to remain in lane, even with the amount of annoyances that Swain can put up. And mind you, he has been getting a little bit of the favorable trades up in CS at the moment, thanks to Fesh making some return trips there and just really abusing that immobility that Swain can have. And the match continues. Reload really just need to keep this sort of fight going, make sure there isn't any skirmishes happening, and just let themselves win through their team fight.
Massimo. He's looking pretty disgusting at the moment. His CS is actually quite incredible. 163 at 15 minutes, almost 16 minutes. He's keeping up with the clock. He's definitely keeping up with the times as Scam Diggity sits on the edge here.
Here he goes.
Oh my god, Grisha, Wild Growth gets him. Nice flash out of Grisha. And he makes a full out of Reload Esports. And Miss Fish, his beautiful pulverized combination was there.
That was brilliant. It was an amazing setup by Reload, but it was absolutely brilliant by Grisha to just go, no worries, over the wall I go, and everything you've set up has been for naught. So much time wasted for Reload, buying a bit for XL5, and let's see what they can do with it. Looking again towards that top lane as Fesh makes his way up there, trying to see if they can continue to punish this Swain.
So again, sitting in for the lane gank, Fesh going to buy his time with Prayless. Balasta, he's actually not playing too aggressive this time. I think he may have learned his lesson, but we'll have to wait and find out as Fesh. I'm not sure. He might actually get spotted from that one. I don't think so, as Fesh decides not to go in just yet. He's waiting for Prayless to go, but Balasta stays around. He's got quite a lot of sustain. There's the flash, and Wolf just helps finish that one off as Scam Diggity's there under the turret, but Prayless is so tanky they decide not to go for it. And again, 1 kill goes up in that top lane. And is down bottom. We see the Winter's Frost come through. Blinky, he's taking a lot of damage. There is the culling as he uses his heal himself. Fish hasn't got his ult, but it doesn't matter. Nothing gets traded down bottom, but just the 1 kill for XL5.
And just really what they're doing at the moment, XL5, is continuing to try and get those fights that they won. They're doing a great job in the top lane, continuing to abuse Swain, keeping him down. To his merit, he has kept up with CS, which is amazing, considering the amount of focus that he's been receiving. And they might be going for it. There's the ultimate by Rek'Sai, but it's going to fall quite short.
Blocks that one quite easily, and ultimate down for Christmas trees. Scam Diggity down in this bottom lane if need be. However, Fesh moving towards that himself. Still a lot of ward coverage through from Reload Esports, but at the moment it doesn't seem like they're doing too good. Fesh just going to clear some of that out, and the next dragon is up. Scam Diggity setting up for this one. They definitely have bottom lane presence, so interesting to see if Reload decides to make a move.
So they do have another Cloud Drake there, just about to pop onto the Rift. There he is, just as they moved him into the Fog of War. And although it's nice to get the Dragons, the Cloud Drakes are not the best to get. You really want to be looking towards those Infernal Drakes, looking towards those Mountain Drakes. Although it's nice to have that little bit of extra movement speed outside of battle really help with your team initiation. At the end of the day, it's not in combat stats.
That's exactly right. So it is going to be another Cloud Drake. Baron up in 135, but XL5 have this pinked out. I'm not sure if anyone from Reload is going to get here in time, and look at that. That goes down so quick. Fesh is fed, ladies and gents. Hex Drinker built on him. 2 items strong at 18 minutes for Kindred Jungle. I mean, that has got to be some scary stuff. The first Dragon goes over to XL5, evens out the scoreboard.
That was a really nice sneak as well. They basically put that pink ward down. Reload didn't really want to contest anyway. As we mentioned, it's not the most important dragon to go for. And, wow, Massimo just take a real beating there.
Look at his CS as well. Almost 210, 19 minutes in. He's keeping up with the clock, like we said, but it's just, he's ahead of it. It's disgusting.
He is ahead of it, and that's because he's just been moving towards those Raptors every single time he's pushed the lane out. And it's just the amount of pressure that he's just been putting in that mid lane hasn't really been translating towards Fest, because Fest just seems to love going towards Swain. And why not? Why would you go for the pool when you can go for the bird?
Well said. Well said, Mendrix. That was
the blood pool.
Psychologically amazing for me. Thank you so much. Scam Diggity, top lane, does have Cinderhawk finally. It does have a Sightstone as well, so he's contributing to that map presence. But look at it. You can see it. It's all red. One thing Reload does have going for them at this stage is their ward coverage. Rift Herald goes away, and we do see the start of Baron coming through, though no team really in any position to set that up.
And Rift Herald is interesting at the moment. He's one of those guys that are harder to get now. The buff, very nice if you can pick it up just before the Baron spawns, but basically no sense of urgency placed on that. And these guys are just continuing to play the map as they need to. XL5 really need to try and force something from Reload while they still can. Otherwise, they're going to have to be waiting a very long time while their Trundle scales up and he begins to use his pressure around the map.
And speaking of scaling, moving 20 minutes in, so well into the mid-game stage, or the early mid-game stage. And the gold lead's still standing at XL5 with a small advantage starting from that first blood. Dragon by both teams, both a Cloud Dragon, so expect to see that movement speed making a little bit of an effect up to these pushes. Yuzuki going to go for something a little bit dangerous. I think he's going to back out for now. And Reload moving towards the non-existent Dragon.
Yeah, just sort of like making sure they've got control of that river to make sure that Lulu can't walk down. Basically make sure they have an opening for Vlad to make his way through as well. So basically them just preparing anything if they need it to happen. Very unlikely, but needless to say, it's always good to have as much control around the map as you possibly can. And it's really interesting to see these builds as well that these ADCs are beginning to pull out as well. You do have the Runaan's Hurricane finished by Caitlyn. Very common for you to go for the BF Sword first and then follow up with the Runaan's, because it means it gives you a little bit of attack damage, just enough to start doing some real scaling. And then begin to hurt a lot more once you get that Runaan's Power Spike. Fesh making a return trip towards the top lane. It's a matter of Praelus now just needs to be the master beta. Needs to make him realize, no, it's fine, it's safe, you can come again. Everything's good until the pillar comes out.
Exactly right. Fesh going to continue sitting in the brush up here. Balasta,
he doesn't want to move. Look at him. He's just like, nah.
Does he know any better though?
He's greedy for the CS.
The CS, he hits it, goes back. So what he's going to do here,
they're just waiting for him to move a little bit more in. There we go. It's almost there.
Okay, he gets the stun, misses. There is the pillar. The flash comes out again. And if that's all they needed, a flash is well worth it. Are they diving this? It looks like they are. And Kindred does have that ult. Remember, Fesh going to put it down this time. Actually not worth it. Scam Diggity's there. Gets the Prey Seeker, but not enough damage to finish it off. And this is disgusting. This Balasta up top. This Swain is getting bullied.
And it's just, he's sitting there, he wants to get to the CS, he knows to be careful, but he just doesn't have the ward coverage. And Fesh is just returning there time and time again to make sure he can keep on punishing him. To his merit, he's still up in CS, even with all this pressure that's been happening, and he will still be a monster towards the late game. But the fact of the matter is that this Trundle is going to continue to grow stronger, and when he gets going, it's going to be such an effort for him to deal with. He will need at least 2 people to be taken care of.
I mean, the rising hope is that Massimo steps up, which he already has. Look at the CS. What is going on in that mid lane? I mean, like, he's honestly getting every jungle camp and every mid lane farm.
Yeah, he's 0-0-0, but really up there in the CS. And to be honest, so is his lane opponent. So it doesn't really matter for him to have that 0-0-0 as long as he is up there. Very nice that he used the Unbreakable to drop those, make sure he doesn't cop a massive headshot there. But those traps are starting to get obnoxious. Very obnoxious indeed. Looking back towards Massimo, though, he is closing in on completing his Rylai Scepter, a really big power spike available to him, because once he does get that, that means he'll be able to chase people down. There it is, it's been finished. And now it's just a fight up in the top lane.
I'm pretty sure Praelis is quite confident here, although he takes half of his health. Blaster still has a bit of fight left in him. Even though that Ravenous Hydra is built for Praelis, he doesn't go for anything yet. Looks like he's quite close to that Spirit Visage's Fesh. Walks away from Scam Diggity. I think Miss Fish was looking for a headbutt, Pulverize Engage. Not going to find it. And this mid-game still, it seems like we're still in a mid-game where everyone's a little bit too scared to fight. There's a lot of options up in that top lane for Praelis and Fesh. But apart from that, no one can really touch Massimo. No one can really touch that disengaging support bot lane.
We have to look at what these players have in terms of their champions. Take a look in the bot lane. You've got Lucian, very slippery, he can get away himself. You have a Braum, he's able to disengage, able to get away himself when he uses his stand behind me. Then you take a look at the side of Reload. Well, they've got traps, they have the net to get away, you've got a disengage cow on top of all that.
Oh yeah.
And then in the mid lane, you have Lulu, ultimate, shields, able to CC, speed herself away, slow down, hard to get. You've got the Vladimir himself as well. Very slippery, can become untargetable, hard to go for. Is it any surprise that all the actions in the top lane, the two champions that have no mobility, have no real major escape?
Get the Cloud Drakes.
Exactly, they need the Cloud Drakes just to get out of there. But
actually,
that's the third one that's on the... So the RNG at the moment, not really favoring these teams. But another Cloud Drake means a little bit of extra movement speed, perhaps to be in a better position.
And that's some huge damage coming out of Exile 5 and Fesh and Blinky. Look at them. Take that down with ease. 2 items strong on that 80 carry Blinky. They're both going to move past that pink ward into the middle lane, but Massimo spots that one out. I think Yuzuki going to go ahead and pick that up, though, as top lane. There's the flash. Praelis comes through. Scam Diggity thought he was going to go through with that, but doesn't. Tremor Sense is going to help him find. Top lane again, a big focus. But I think in the late game, we're still going to be looking at that bottom lane. Those 80 carries and those supports, still a massive point of this game.
And what I like about Praelis is that he knew that they were taking the dragon in the bot lane. He goes, you know what, I need to be careful. If they're taking the dragon, that means Rek'Sai could be anywhere near the top because it seems to be going through uncontested. Relay, though, picking up with a really nice rotation, the mid turret. So that's the second piece of infrastructure to fall in the game, the first being that bot lane. And now that the map's really starting to open it up, we're getting towards that point where the team fights really happen. We've missed that skirmish mode. XL5 really just jumping towards that top lane for obvious reasons, as we just discussed before. And now Reload really want to show what they're able to do.
And Trundle, although maybe a menace, Praelis isn't that tanky just yet. Of course, his ultimate going to do something for him when he takes away from the Alistair or the Rek'Sai. But apart from that, this early game stage, it's really not going to do much for the Trundle. So interesting to see how team fights come out for Reload.
Well, Trundle, now that he's got the Spirit Visage, means that he'll be able to sustain even quicker there. There goes the Ghost Blade to take out that turret as well very quickly. Mr. Balasta just being forced away, but Reload's collapsing.
He's been bullied all game. It's not fair.
No, it's not fair at all. And just look at that. He's just yeah, no worries, you guys can take it. It's just he's been demoralized the entire time. He sees Fesh and just runs away. And just goes, I do not want to deal with that lamb right now. And just control being granted by XL5.
That's right. So they're going to rotate to mid, and they looks like they're going to try and pick up one of these turrets down in the bottom lane. I think Massimo's actually going down, but instead he's just healing himself up. I'm not sure if it's an engage or just a joke between that Vladimir and the Trundle. There's no point looking at it because, honestly, both of them are just going to survive. Massimo brings his health back up. He's going to back off, and Praelis gets a little bit more dominance down in the bottom lane.
Well, the big thing that you have to note as well, there is a Flame Horizon on the side of Vladimir for them to go up against each other. But now that Praelis has finished the Spirit Visage, that means he's able to sustain so much easier. That means his ultimate's doing so much more as well. It's a really big power spike for him to get, which means he should be able to deal with Mr. Balasta by himself. But with XL5, they seem to just catch Reload with their pants down that particular moment. Just quick rotations, take the top, take the mid lane, instantly opening up the map for themselves, getting themselves a nice lead, 2K gold ahead.
But it's still not that much. Reload is still maintaining that, especially with Massimo and his farm, which is still crazy. Off the map, he's 40 CS ahead of the clock. Now that, I mean, we saw that of Luch. Blinky just gonna fight back the minions. Nothing but a Kate ult gonna hit him, and Reload 3 members strong up top, but Yuzuki's coming to the rescue just in case. And we did see this of Luch. Like I was saying, Massimo is not the first one in OCS who's been a bit of a CS king. And Luch is in the OPL. Need someone to replace him.
Needs someone to replace him on the seat in the OCS, and it seems to be Massimo at the moment. And these guys posturing around the Baron now, seeing what they can perhaps do. There seems to be good ward coverage on both sides as well. And not too much happening from it. Just seems to be
struggling to make
nice
a decision.
Swap. There's just been a swap around of lanes. You got now the bots in the top and vice versa.
That's right, just a bit of ward coverage, but like I said, I feel like both teams are really struggling to make a decision here. They're trying to push objectives, but it's like the coordination isn't just right yet. However, Reload, they are pushing top, and I'm not sure as to whether Blinky and Yuzuki can get there. Actually, that's Fesh with him for now. And there is the culling to come through. Miss Fesh going to tank most of that. It's not going to go down for now, but Reload going to consistently try to get that down as 4 members strong rotate up top. And those top laners continue to trade off down bottom.
Looking towards the ADCs at the moment, you do have that 3-item power spike finished for Lucian. They've got his Phantom Dancer, got his culling, and he also has picked up the Ghost Player. So now he's basically at the point where he wants to fight. He wants to bring the battle to them. If he manages to pick out a 1v1, he'll probably take it. Looking towards Caitlyn, though, Caitlyn hasn't really hit that point. She still needs to pick up that rapid fire cannon as well. And Praelis, he's not taking as much damage as he used to.
No, but he's still taking quite a lot, and Balasta doesn't take any himself. So both those top laners have teleport available if there is an engage. But look at this sneaky Baron come through. There is no ward coverage. There's a pink on the side. But apart from that, all you have is XL5 just dominating this Baron. And that is going to be a mistake for Reload Esports, who now just find out.
That should not be happening there. That is something that you should be on top of all the time. XL5's just really being good with those sneaky objective plays. They managed to sneak a Dragon. They've managed to sneak a Baron now. So Reload really need to pick up, because now XL5 is well and truly in the driver's seat. Even if Reload want to take a team fight, having that Baron buff, it's just so much extra stats available to them. Let the siege begin.
It's quite ridiculous how XL5 actually snuck that just then. Because honestly, Reload did have ward coverage in this earlier game, and now you can see the dominance coming through from XL5, who before getting that Baron, they have a lot more ward coverage in that top lane. They prepared for that, and they knew Reload didn't ward it. So they're they're just taking advantage of this lack of rotating from Reloaders. Scam Diggity tries to get something off it. Miss Fish tries with a headbutt pulverize. Fesh is the one caught, but there is the culling. Massimo is huge. He's going to go for Yuzuki, but I'm not sure if he's going to get this. A flash in there with the Sanguine pull. Nice Glacial Fissure comes through, but 2 members on Massimo. There is a flash pulverize. A lot going on, but Massimo does go down. He's not as tanky as we thought. Fesh goes to the left side there. He's not going to go down. Praelis picks up Scam Diggity. Fesh has to flash over the wall, but look at Praelis. He's so tanky. He's so huge. And Blinky, who said 80 carries weren't strong, because he's just shredding through. A triple kill for Blinky, and Balasta goes down for a quadra kill.
That was incredible there by Blinky, just to move around the map, pick up everything he needed. All of that was off the bat of XL5 having that extra ability to rotate better than Reload, using those sneaky Barons to their advantage. Reload sort of panicked there. They go, no, they're just taking objectives away from us. We need to engage. We need to fight now. They went in. Massimo was too early to that fight, and because he went in, he was just basically bolted down straight away, powered on through. That meant he was basically dead as the teleports followed through from XL5. And from that point now, they've managed to take the map. They've got that mid inhibitor down. They're moving their way towards the top as well. Praelis is just becoming stronger and stronger.
I didn't notice that Randuin's Omen coming through from Praelis. And that has just made him capitalize on his tanks. That's so much more. 3 items strong from that Trundle. And you saw him in that fight. He was dominating. He was dominating Reload. He was pushing them back. And meanwhile, Blinky just sitting on the outskirts, getting all these picks and doing so much damage. It looked like Mistfish was in the driver's seat with the engage, with the flash pulverize. A lot of flashes coming out of Reload.
Massimo was just too early. So that's the problem. Massimo was in there. He's not supposed to be first. He's supposed to be walking in after. It's supposed to be Mistfish first. He jumped in there, backed away, then Massimo came in, and there was nothing really Reload could do at that point. They had lost one of their big players immediately because he was instantly focused down by XL5, unable to sustain like he normally can.
And Blinky and Yuzuki turn out to be the stronger bottom lane for the time being. This Baron buff getting a lot of major work. Christmas Trees is very far pushed forward. And look at that Glitter Lance on Christmas Trees. He takes so much damage. This bottom turret has no chance. XL5 pick up yet another objective and look further and further into the driver's seat with this 10k gold lead.
Yeah, those annoying traps not really doing much at the moment when you're this far ahead. They just clear them up nice and easily outside of Christmas Tree's range. And now they just continue to spread Reload thin. There goes the traps down again. See perhaps if they can hold them back, but it is going to be an uphill battle for Reload now.
And Christmas Trees, he takes so much damage from the culling. Mistfish has to stand in front of that one. Yuzuki comes in with the Unbreakable, but Fesh, he does actually take quite a lot of damage from Massimo, remembering that his farm has gotten him so far ahead, so it's definitely not over yet. Massimo is this huge front line. And if there's anyone that can turn this around, it's that Vladimir, who is still 50 CS ahead of the clock.
And now these guys are just posturing around, those traps being so annoying from Caitlyn as well. Even though he's out, they're jumping into it!
Massimo, first one in again. Grisha has that ultimate on him. He uses the wild growth on himself, though. And Fesh has the pullback because he's really not tanky at all. He stands there for a bit before taking quite a bit of damage from Tides of Blood.
And they pushed them back. This time Massimo went in, but it wasn't too early. He had the rest of the support of his team to come in afterwards. That forced XL5 to go back. That Baron buff is now gone, so they sort of lost their go button there and sort of catalyst point to continue on with the siege. And now it's up to Reload to sort of sit back, make sure they keep good wave control and stop those objectives coming through to XL5. Because now that they've got the inhibitor down, it's going to be even harder. The next dragon is up in 2 minutes time, so they really need to be on point.
The rest of XL5 back off for now. Baron up in 2 minutes, Dragon up in 1:50. And Praelis is the only person not to return just yet. A lot of buys coming through from the side of XL5. The Mortal Reminder, I believe it is, coming through, Mendrix, from the Kindred, if my facts are correct in the naming of this item. And you see a lot coming through from the side of Grisha, who's onto his 4th item now, actually building quite heavy in the AP department. The Void stuff definitely coming through for Massimo. And of course, Illusion, who's just walking through. Blinky, you saw in that past fight, just doing so much damage. He pops the Yomus. They're going to back off, though. Slow down Mr. Balasta, who has sort of returned in this late game period. But Scam Daggity comes here with an Umbro. Flash out from Blinky, and it's 4 members, but someone's doing so much damage, and you know who that is. That is Fesh and Blinky. The AD is so strong.
Wow.
What? Disgusting damage. Balasta goes down as well. Blinky! Blinky! A triple kill! One to add to the list because Blinky is critting for days.
That is unbelievable. XR5 turn on and take it from there. Scam Diggity came in, thought he had the engage, but the rest of the team just wasn't quite there yet. XR5 kiting back amazingly, and then Blinky just showing us the amount of damage, the raw power he can pull out, and that was absolutely amazing there from them. XR5 take the win.
That AD carry in the end, that Lucian who was doing so much damage. You didn't expect the AD carry to come through after all this demeaning talk about ADCs in 6.11.
Right.
We're saying, look, Lucian's been nerfed, you know, the range of his ult in 6.10, the damage from Piercing Light in 6.11 and Ardent Blaze, and then suddenly comes through Blinky, who's been playing Lucian for as long as we can remember in the OCS, and that's exactly why. A quadra kill, a triple kill. and makes AD carries look good again.
He's just amazing at the game, period. He is one of the best ADCs I'll probably put there in the Oceanic region out there at the moment. And the fact of is, he just knows how to position. He doesn't get hit as much. He's great in the laning phase. He's even better in those team fights. That's what makes him so strong. And we just saw him illustrate that in that game.
Definitely right, Mendrix. We're going to throw back to the analyst desk for our wrap down of Game 1 tonight.
Thank you so much, Hysterics and Mendrix, for covering that game. But we got a few things we want to talk about, Jimmy, and it's got a little thing called Fesh in the top lane.
Oh, yeah. I think pretty much the whole game, we saw him camp top lane over and over again. And by the end, he pretty much got 5 kills on the enemy Swain. So that was pretty insane, you know? You sort of expected it after the first couple of times, but no, he just keeps coming back, different angles. And every single time, Scam Diggity was always just that little bit too late in the top to respond.
Look, a few warning lights went off in my head when I saw Reload, of course, getting their hands on both Swain and Vlad due to XL5, bringing in a sub at the last minute, losing a few of their bans. So a very stacked team composition here, but it seemed like X5, they had an idea of how they wanted to do that, and it's get Trundle ahead.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that they first picked the Kindred, and we were really wondering to ourselves, why? You got the Swain, you got the Vlad, why would you pick a Kindred? Sure, she's strong in the jungle, but there are just so many other priority picks, and they knew exactly what they wanted to do. They respect the fact that Trundle, he doesn't traditionally win early into a Swain. But who cares? You know, just make sure that you don't fight, or even better, camp the lane, get him ahead, and then he will pretty much just have more of an impact than Swain does in the entire game afterwards.
Yeah, I really got to give praise to Fesh's Kindred, of course, the entire game, not just in the top lane, really dictating the pace every time. Scam Diggity, he was a few seconds too late in the bot lane. We saw him there on time to defuse the situations, but he was able to pick his team up dragon after dragon. I'm a little bit surprised, though, that with all the time we're spending in the top, they didn't look for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Rift Herald, if absolutely nothing else, if we do not talk about the split pushing power, if we do not talk about just the fact that you can outbully Swain early on, it reduces damage from him. So while you are isolated, it's pretty much the opposite of Kha'Zix, right? So while you are isolated, you take 5% less damage from your enemies. And, you know, if you're going to be standing up there by yourself, then that's just amazing, because Trundle, he has all of that sustain from his passive. Whenever anything dies around him, then he regenerates health. So why not take less damage? So then effectively you've got more health to spend in staying lane and getting CS. It was quite strange that we didn't see that, but then again, you saw Fesh go up over there again and again, just camping the lane and taking out the Swain. That may just be their plan, right? They just say, we don't really need this Rift Herald. We can just get gold from the enemy laner.
It was obvious that X5 really know how to play the laning phase, but of course we came to the team fight stages as well, and Reload, they drafted themselves quite a team fight heavy oriented composition here, but still really failed to find their footings around a few of the dragon fights. So why is that, Preacher?
Well, it was really hard for them to really pick a fight. Sure, you can just say, Alistair, look, you can get a knockup. Even if you theoretically got a 5-man headbutt pulverize, so what? You know, you got a Braum who can pretty much tank up whatever range damage you have. Note Caitlyn, note Vlad, and note Swain as well. And after that, he can just jump back to you. You got a Lulu to disengage. It's so hard to chase. You can engage all you want, but it's not really going to come to fruition, because if you don't kill anybody, then it's not really going to matter much.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to go to a small break, but when we come back, we got Team Fortnite taking on Trident.
Man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Challenger Series. Split 2, Week 1, of course. If you're just joining us, we saw XL5 with a dominating performance over, of course, Reload Esports, who, despite having a very stacked team, just couldn't get the ammo back in their gun in time.
No, yeah, exactly. We saw that X5, they lost all of their bans due to locking in a roster a bit too late. So we were thinking, you know, you don't really have any bans. And then all of a sudden, Swain and Vlad get picked up. And we said, GG, you know, this is practically over. This team is so strong. They practically can't die. They've got so much sustain in both their top and their mid. And then all of a sudden, it all fell apart because X5, they dissected the team bit by bit, and they brought everybody down to the playing field.
Of course, we did have our eye on X5, but another team I really want to look at is, of course, Trident. Ex-OPL team dropped down, got knocked out, unfortunately, by Abyss, but now actually have two of Abyss's players in Pabu and General. So we'll take a quick look at those lineups to get you guys a little bit more familiar with the players, of course.
Exactly. And you will notice Pabu in general because they used to be on Abyss, so they pretty much swapped places and then they stayed in the same spot for those two at the very least. And it's a worthwhile trade because they're still really good players at the end of the day. You know, these are the players who made it to the OPL, who essentially qualified to get there. And they're taking their place now on Trident. I don't expect to see them fail, because they're just as good as they were before.
And Forfeits, unfortunately, did slip a little bit. We saw them very middle of the pack team in the OCS in split number 1. Of course, on your screen, we can see that XL5 already locked themselves in a win. So we do have Fortnite versus Trident coming up next, and later on in the evening, Novo versus Sin Academy, then Alpha Sydney taking on Legacy Genesis. But back to the match at hand, Team Fortnite. Their roster seems a little bit gutted here. They lost a core of their players, except for Willaris. He's still in the mid lane, and they are using their sub Matlow. But the other 3 members of their teams have kind of gone to other teams, maybe gone their separate ways. So really looking for this fresh new squad to maybe pull off some upsets tonight.
We still got Kinect in the top lane, and we saw him. He used to be on Legion before, and you know he has some competitive experience behind his back, so that's not too bad. Yeah, well, Laris, he is actually a pretty decent player, all things considered. But besides that, everybody else has already left, gone their separate ways, and they had to bring in new players. This is still the same organization that was briefly in the OPL, was in the OCS last split. Except, you know, it's not going to be the same roster. Hopefully, they should be able to pull it back. You know, the coaching staff have the job of keeping them to the same path that they were at before. And I think they would be quite happy if they made it back to the middle of the pack, you know, quite comfortable over there.
Yeah, they're both great teams in their own regard. A lot of history behind them, of course. Trident, XOPL, as we mentioned. Now they got 2 of the Abyss members, Pabu and General here, kind of our OCS stars, if you will. So they're back due to, of course, age limitations in the OPL.
It's only temporary, you know, they sort of traded places with Abyss, and they should be back so long as they both turn to the appropriate age. But right now, we will still be able to see them. So, guys, we have missed you, and we will see you again.
Yeah, so we should be able to get those lineups up on the screen so we can have a look at the teams, of course. Really looking forward to seeing just what these guys can bring to the table. It's been a while since they have been back on the competitive scene. A lot of patches going through the mid-season really shook things up a bit, so maybe it's time for new players to take to the stand and show us what they're made of.
Perhaps new players and also new strategies. You know, you got all these new team comps coming up because one of the main things that we saw that actually is contradicted by last game is tank supports are more or less out of the way.
Yeah.
And we see more caster supports now. At the very least, we saw a lot in the OPL. We saw a lot in the other regions as well. You know, maybe these teams, they're more comfortable with picking up these tank supports because they needed engage, they needed a front line, and I don't blame them. You know, it was a really good pickup for their scenario. But overall, we want to see a lot more Soraka. We want to see a lot more just everybody who's a caster support down in the bottom side. And it's not really the sort of caster support where they stand back and they just heal you or they shield you. Of course, Soraka and Janna are back, but we also got the menace Zyra now. Her plants just spawn at random, and they just do so much harass, almost at ease. You know, you don't even have to pay attention to it, and the enemy ADC is already on half health, and you just wonder, well, that was easy. You know,
the bot lane is quite volatile at the moment, especially with Bard and Zyra being thrown into the mix. A little bit of karma here and there. But of course, like you mentioned last game, it was odd to see those tanky supports brought back into the mix. But I can't blame them. The Braum did such an amazing job of disengaging what the Swain and the Vlad really wanted to do, which was get in the fight, use that AoE to kind of control the pace of it. But that's where Braum comes into the picture, being able to apply a stun effect onto every single member, negate damage, slow engages. I really couldn't think of a better champion for that team composition.
No, you're absolutely correct. And over on the other side as well, you got the Alistair for the engage.
Oh, they
Without
needed
him, yeah, all you have is a Swain who, while he will walk up to the enemy team, that's all he can do, walk. And if he can't do that very fast, then he's not going to catch up to them because they can equally just walk away and it's not too much of a problem. You got Vlad, who's more or less the same problem. So that was also an amazing pickup. You know, you can mix around the bottom lane and the supports just for what your team needs, but in general, hopefully we will see more engaged top laners and more backline supports.
Is anyone going to do it? It will be either of these two teams. So we'll take a closer look, of course, at Team Fortnite. You got Kinnaid in the top, Swatherus in the jungle, Willaris in the mid, Melon, and Matlu rounding that team out on the bot lane. Of course, on the side of Trident, despite having a bit of a snazzy name here, that will be Pavu in the top, followed by General in the jungle, Wizard on the mid lane, then KO, and 8-man in the bot.
Yeah, these names, a lot of them are familiar, but some of them are not. For instance, 8-Man, we haven't really heard of him. He might have come out of Challenger. And, you know, it's really up to the management of these teams and the coaching staff to really say, all right, we got new players, but that doesn't really matter. We're going to put it behind us. We're still the same old team. And while we may not be able to have the same strategies because the whole game has changed, we should still play as the team that we were before.
It's great to see, of course, in Exiles 5's Blinky in the last game, really showing us that 80 carries can still breathe some life into that team fighting compositions here. So hopefully the likes of KO and Melon can show us a little bit more of that. He did as well pick up the Lucian, which did receive a bit of a nerf. So was surprising to say the least.
It was extremely surprising. And we looked at Caitlyn and we said Caitlyn and also Ezreal. These are the two top tier picks compared to Lucian, who was nerfed. And, you know, you just look at it and you say, surely they should have gone to the Caitlyn. But no, the Lucian, he picked the standard early game Korean build that we see in the 40% CDR with the Ghostblade and also the Black Cleaver. And he didn't really do too much early game, but then he picked up a Quadra and he picked up a triple after that. And he was ripping through everybody with that culling.
Look, I'm really looking forward to seeing what an ex-OPL team in the likes of Trident, of course, can do for the amateur scene here in the OCS. I'm sure bring the level of competitive play up an absolute ton here because, of course, Fortnite, they did have a brief stint as well in the OPL quite a few splits ago. So it is kind of these teams meeting each other once again down here, looking to level up a bit before taking that massive run back to the OPL.
It is just that grudge match. They said, okay, we were both there and now we're not in our primes anymore. Hopefully we can be next split. Let's just see how we go up against each other. These teams have both got experience, like you said. You know, they've got all of that history behind them. And if anything, this will just be a small grudge match where they say, you know, we both were good. Let's see how good we are now.
Unfortunately, guys, we are going to have to go to a short 10-minute break due to some technical issues, but we will be right back after that to bring you Trident versus Fortnite.
Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die. Looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly. If we scream no, this is not how we're gonna go. We are the
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down no 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down no 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Wait a minute!
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down no 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed down no 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we still are just waiting to see if the technical issues can be resolved. But of course, we'll get back and have a look and theory craft maybe what we could expect to see out of some of these teams here tonight. And especially an ex-OPL team such as Trident bringing to the OCS is nothing but good.
Yeah, nothing but good. Just like you said, these Trident boys, they've got a lot of strategy behind them. They've got a lot of coaching staff who've had a history of banning, picking, and also formulating strategies they should be practicing. You know, all these scrim times, they've got all of these practices. They just say, okay, this is like a super secret strat that we're going to maybe pull out in one of these games. And I suspect that it's going to be no different. Just because you got demoted to the OCS doesn't mean that it's the be-all, end-all. You can still, you know, formulate all of these strategies, and you can still try your hardest to get back into the OPL. So it's not a problem that they should be at their best.
Well, keep in mind that Pabu and General both had the potential to make it into the OPL, so both these guys have that high player skill cap that we've seen with the bits of the potential really to make it. There you can see, of course, on your screen the lineups. Pabu and General, both great players, unfortunately, due to being born in the wrong year, unfortunately unable to participate this year, but maybe later on down the track we'll see them depending on how well Abyss do. They're doing quite well at the moment though, so really good to see both the OCS teams make it into the OPL and really show up.
They're like the hipsters of the OCS. You know, I was born in a wrong era. I don't quite fit in where I am.
Back when I was in OCS.
Back when I was in OCS, both of these guys can tell their kids because, you know, they're both Melbourneites, so I guess they are hipster in their own way. But otherwise, you know, they got a lot of experience under their belt. They have played against the teams that were relegated back down into the OCS, so they have got that professional experience behind them. It's not too much of a problem. Like you said, they are still top tier players.
But I'm really happy to see how well the OCS has been progressing in terms of skill cap. Remember that this was the first time we've seen two teams out of the OCS make it into the OPL, and they're both doing great in their own regard. So it really just goes to show that anyone, given the right dedication, skill, and time spent playing the game, can really achieve these dreams and goals these players and teams are setting for themselves.
Yeah, and speaking of goals, one of the goals that we're about to see later in the night is Novo Gaming. These guys are the new kids on the block, and they've already got high ambitions for themselves. They've drafted themselves an amazing roster that we will see later. You know, I'm not going to spoil any secrets here for you guys. Stay tuned, and you will know who's coming up. But, you know, they've got their eyes on the prize. Just like X5, they drafted for the best, and they hopefully want to pull out a major victory throughout this split.
But no slouch on the other side. They will be taking on Sin Academy, a team making it up from the OOL. So we talked about teams from the OCS doing well in the OPL. It'll be interesting to see if that is mirrored, of course, from the open ladder teams coming into this amateur scene and really showing us that great players come from all walks of life.
Yeah, we saw all the sister teams last split perform really well. Obviously, Cheese Black goes without saying. Legacy Genesis as well. Now we also get to see the Sin Boys come up. You know, they've got their sister team in the OPL, and now they're trying to prove their might down here. It's still the same narrative that we had before in the sense that they're the underdogs and they really want to prove themselves. They're always in the shadow of their sister team. But, you know, this is the perfect place to do it because these guys, they played against you know, they came all the way from the open ladder, so they have some might. They've really proven their mettle, and now they really want to see how far they can take it in the challenger scene.
I'm really excited to get to cast that game, of course, with you, Preacher, coming up a little bit later on in the night, and then the final game will be Legacy Genesis taking on Alpha Sydney. So you mentioned sister teams, Legacy Genesis. They did well at the start of split number one, but kind of fell off towards the end, having a really shaky mid-season towards the late. But of course, on the other side, Alpha Sydney looking kind of top 3 contender at best, but sometimes it was a little bit shaky also. So these teams both coming out in split 2 to really prove themselves here.
Exactly. And Alpha Sydney, I'm glad you touched on that point because last split they were within the top 3. You know, you said optimistically they should be one of the teams there, and they just came shy of going into the promotional series to the OPL. Now it's a whole lot different. A lot like what we saw now in Fortnite. It was a mass exodus of their team. They pretty much lost nearly all of their players from their previous roster, and now they're on shaky grounds. Hopefully they want to rebuild from the ground up now because it gives them a lot of chance. It gives them a lot of hope to say, we were really structured in our old ways. These players can only play in a certain way, interact with themselves in a certain way. And now that we get a new roster, we've got all of this essential, you know, just Play-Doh ready to mold and shape into a brand new team.
Well, one of the greatest things I love about watching and casting, of course, the OCS is seeing how teams adapt to big changes being thrown at them. Because when you're playing League of Legends, adaptability is one of course, the key essential skills as a team and a player you have to adapt to. Of course, who could have told you that the top picks of the season so far would be Swain and Vlad. I certainly couldn't have predicted it myself. So it's up to these guys who maybe might not have as much play time as they would like on these 2 control majors to really get in there, grind the heck out of the ladder, and just level up on these characters per se.
That's the name of the game. You know, you move 5 digits here, you move 10 digits there, and all of a sudden somebody drops out of popularity and another person comes in from left of center. Swain, Vlad, they're both just these amazing mages that you cannot kill, provided you scale well enough. Obviously, if you camp them early on, then it's a whole different story, as we saw in the game that just went. But otherwise, you really need to be able to adapt to these champs, and also with these champs comes a different type of gameplay because you win some in terms of sustainability, but you also lose some in terms of engage, for example.
Well, unfortunately, guys, it has just been confirmed that Fortnite will be forfeiting this game, so Trident do take the win. But before we go to a quick break, we'll just take another look at the upcoming games tonight. As you can see, Trident Esports taking that one due to forfeit. Unfortunately, I really want to see what these teams can got, but you know, these things are unpredictable to say the least, but we will be bringing you Novo Gaming taking on Sin Academy, then later on Alpha City versus Legacy Genesis. So, Preacher, we gave a little bit of insight on how we think this Novo versus Sin Gaming will go. It's XOPL versus XOOL, so kind of the old gods versus the new, essentially.
Well, we say it's ex-OPL, but this Nuovo squad, at the very least in terms of an organization, has pretty much just started now. They haven't got that much experience. They're a new org, but they're starting really
waves.
ahead. Yeah, they're making waves because they picked up not only skilled players, but also skilled staff in terms of they've all got experience in drafting, they've all got experience in coaching, and they know how to interact with the players in order to bring them up to their best self. So hopefully they should be able to do well.
Well, I'm really looking forward to that series, and we will be bringing you it after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Jake Asterix Ozzypenko. With me is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And I'll tell you what, just because we missed game 2 doesn't mean there are going to be no more games for the night. We've got 2 more kick-ass games coming through for you. And the next one, Novo Gaming versus Sin Academy. Mendrix, dude, tell me.
What can I tell you about these guys? These guys seem to be Sin Academy is not exactly the fresh face, but these guys do have a great roster available to them. And then Novo Gaming as well. Very new coming across, but they have some actual people that we always have known about. Take a look at it.
That's exactly right. Now, Novo Gaming, if you don't know, is Infernum that has been relegated. So they're back down from the OPL and another OPL fresh team. So they've got the experience and they've got the players. You remember Jack Attack, who Jack Attack has been through Infernum, of course. And he's been such a great top lane. He's
just so solid in terms of the fact that his trundle is amazing. That guy can split push for days on end.
Oh, yeah.
Following up with, we have the good old Only.
And Only comes from Alpha Sydney. Now, he was Alpha Sydney's jungle as well. Cheese, as you remember, came from Immunity to start off with, but then he came over to the Chiefs. Now back down to the OCS, and he's trying to make a name for himself in Nuovo. Stealthix was with Infernum as well, and Mimic, again, also known as... Oh, we actually do have a roster change, unfortunately. So Starkles is replacing Zeppa, who did come from Legacy Genesis as well. But this time, we're going to see Starkles coming through with the support. Now, the only person that we see as a big name on Sin Academy is Dan Dayan, who is been a sub in the past. Mendrix, I believe the best way to say is that as a main Sin Gaming OPL sub, he does have the experience for Sin Academy. And if he is the shot caller, then definitely the person, you'd put your trust in his hands.
That's absolutely right, because he's the one that's got the experience in the team. He's been there at the LAN events, or he's also been there on these online tournaments as well. So he has so much advantages in terms of being able to bring that. Novo Gaming, obviously, these guys, they are definitely also have all the experience behind their back as well. But Sin Academy, that means they don't have that massive disadvantage in terms of not being able to have the guidance to make the right decisions, make the right plays that's available to them.
Exactly right. So the experience definitely going over to Novo Gaming there, but with the patch 6.11, I mean, it's really coming to the pick and ban phase, whereas we saw in that first game, Vladimir was open, Swain was open, but it didn't really make a difference. However, in the hands of a team that knows how to use it and knows how to cover up their holes, then you've got a Swain who walks around the map with a Vladimir who have so much sustain and so much output of damage in that mid to late that it's scary to do anything.
Looking at it, like, they just sort of had the team won for them purely based off that pick and ban phase. But XL5 were able to just move around the map perfectly, able to sneak those Barons using the strengths of Kindred, the fact that she was able to absolutely rip down objectives, all those neutral objectives, and add to the fact that Blinky, just so versatile where he's able to play, ran around the map, was in the right places at the right time in those team fights, and just blew up the enemy from that point on.
Interesting to see if that happens through again. Remembering that Stealthix is someone who, in the past here, we've got stats, we've got so much KDA coming through, especially in the K department, Mendrix, especially in the K department. His KDA was amazing, and Lucian was one of his favorites as well. So what are you going to give Stealthix? I mean, obviously, with an ADC meta that's not strong, but in the same sense, contradiction, first game, Lucian comes through. I mean, Lucian gets some nerfs, but he's still as strong as ever.
And it's one of those things where they needed just to shave back his power, because if he's that good as he is in his current set, imagine how amazing he was that patch previous ago. And that's one of the things you have to look at. And then with the change to Trinity Force coming across, that means that now there's less crit on that. You do have Ezreal. He seems to be making this resurgence coming back into it. Kaylin is still strong just because of her amazing siege potential. Those traps so obnoxious when she places them down as a nice line across. The moment you decide to step on one of them, she's instantly going to be chunking you away your health. Whether you're a tank, whether you're a squishy, especially if you're a squishy, you're probably going to be putting down between half HP if she's got a full item build.
I think we're going to see a much closer game as we do jump to Rogi and Preacher for Game 3.
Thanks, Hysterics. Of course, I am Rogi, joining me again by Preacher. Feels like just yesterday we were over on the analyst desk just chatting about games, but we're back.
What happened? What happened? We were there, and then we're here, and we're ready to get into the game.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what these guys go with. We've seen, of course, we only have one draft to make off so far. And it's a very interesting one, to say the least. Doubt we'll see both Vlad and Swain in the hands of either team coming into it.
No, unfortunately not, because, you know, while we would like to, you know, it's a pretty nice combo for top and mid lane, it's pretty unlikely, because that was due to the fact that one side lost all 3 of their bans. Hopefully, if it's 6 bans, all around, we won't see a Swain come out because Swain has been so dominant coming up. Vlad as
Huge
well.
force.
Swain got nerfed a little bit
Yep.
in 6-11 compared to 6-10, but Vlad's still as strong as always.
And of course, guys, we are getting in the pick and ban underway very shortly. But I want to touch back on game number 1. Of course, sending the Swain mid was top rather. Seemed a little bit odd because Vlad constantly got himself the blue buff where in the hands of Swain that would have been much nicer.
I definitely found that really weird because Vlad, sure, he can use the cooldown reduction, but that's all he can use from the blue. You know, he doesn't have any mana, essentially. He doesn't stack anything. And Swain, you saw him in the top lane. He was running out of mana over and over again. That was not the reason why he lost his lane, but he was running out of mana. You could put forward the argument that he could have kept on bullying out the Trundle had he the resources to do so.
All right, guys, we are jumping, of course, into the pick and ban right away. We see Twisted Fate, Kindred, Trundle, Swain, and Fiora. So quick bans here.
Yeah, definitely quick. And if you take a look over the side of Sin, they banned out all of the
Yeah, there's the
all
Vladimir.
of the characters who we were talking about. The Swain out, the Vlad out, and also the Trundle who countered the Swain also out as well. They definitely don't want to focus anywhere near that top side because if you give that over to Jack Attack, he's going to put you in a world of pain.
But that leaves up the Rise here. So we saw Rise a few weeks ago in the LPL. Luch just dominating force against anyone that stood toe-to-toe with him. So maybe this Rise could be the unraveling already.
Yeah, it definitely could be because Rise, he still has the same
Pantheon.
problems that he used to be, but, you know, at the end of the day, he scales up like a Rise. And it's going to hit him in a little while, but at the moment, he's still just as strong.
I'm just waiting till you notice it, Jimmy. What do you see? Tell me what you see. What's out of ordinary here on this Sin Academy lineup?
I see a Malzahar and a Pantheon.
I'm not too sure what to make of it just yet, but of course, Mousy did have a brief stint, of course, in the jungle, which was bizarre to say the least, but those Voidlings can just breed out of control like rabbits even and just overwhelm the neutral objectives here and, of course, the blue buff and whatnot. But the Pantheon hasn't been changing quite a while, so all of a sudden, I don't know.
It's weird to say because Malzahar was so strong, he did about 75% damage with his minions to the jungle camps.
Yep,
now he only does 50%. That was a huge nerf onto him. Also seeing Pantheon in the second roster location means maybe they're not taking him into the jungle. Maybe they're taking him either mid or top. Anything can happen, though, because we haven't really seen Malzahar in competitive that much.
It was a very early Pantheon pick as well. Of course, on the side of Novo Gaming, a much more standard draft here, getting into the Rex side to follow it up with the Bard. I absolutely am loving Bard these days. People who know how to use that Tempered Fate well can really spell the end of the opposing team.
Exactly, and when we saw Bard first introduced to the game, everybody was saying, oh, this character, he does nothing. He does no damage. But who really cares? Now you got that Thunderlord's Decree, so you have got that damage in lane and even follows you into the mid to late game. And then you've got that Tempered Fate. Now people have figured out how to use Bard. He has such a huge impact anywhere on the map.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, we are having a little bit of issues here, but of course, let's go back to it. It looks like they were going for maybe that Callista Thresh, a lane as old as seasons itself. Basically, those champions always mirroring each other with the skins. When that cool new Thresh skin, the Black Terror, Dark Hole one, or whatever it is, everyone thinking, when's the Callista Dark Hole skin coming out? But they gave it to Varus? I don't know.
No, that was really weird. You know, you never really think about Varus as a traditional bot lane pick. You would much rather put him in the mid lane. Weird combo. Weird combo.
Getting some cool skins, though, nonetheless. But I'm still interested to see how they play this Malzahar. I played it a bit in jungle, like I say, it's fun, right? It's a very fun champion to play good. I don't know. They combine his old W and the ulti into one move now, so when he hits him, you can just get that a percentage of maximum health damage on the field without having to cast it. The Voidlings have now been moved to the W, and of course his passive, we're overlooking that, can't be hit by crowd control, and a massive damage reduction for the first few seconds after it's being procced is nothing to laugh about.
That's absolutely crazy. If you just think about that in terms of what it can do, it means that you can be the person who face checks when all of your blue trinkets are off cooldown, and you say, look, we got to just know what's happening there. Nobody can really hit you with a, let's just say, surprise Morgana bind. You know, it's just going to completely fizzle out. No damage taken, and also no CC taken. That's so strong coming into this. Fun is debatable, you know. If you find it fun, then you find it fun to jungle with Malzahar, but safe is really what he was, because you could just run through the map all the way and you wouldn't take any damage because your minions would be tanking it all up. Now, you can't do it as much because they just don't do as much damage to the jungle, you know? You're going to stand there and you're going to be hitting the jungle with your weak Malzahar auto attacks for days before you clear any camp. So, yeah, it's a lot more painful. Like we said, the Pantheon locked in the second roster.
Bit of a head scratcher on that one.
Yeah, it might indicate that they want to take a Pantheon jungle and maybe even a Malzahar mid. And like you said, the W moved over to the ultimate. There was a huge downside to that though. The ultimate now no longer has any base damage just on it. Sure, it has the W around the bottom where it does the percentage, but that's it. There's no actual base damage on it. So that's, it's quite significant. In a team fight, though, shouldn't be too much of a problem because your team can just follow up on the suppression, but that's really all you got.
It's a very interesting draft, to say the least, despite Novo only picking themselves that Rise. And Pantheon, I guess you have that targeted CC, but even a Pantheon cannot really go toe-to-toe with a Rise once he gets some of those items and that mana pool just stacking up higher and higher. So Sin Academy, they're going to have to round out their lineup with these really kind of good champions that we're seeing right now, some really solid picks. And Kalista, she's kind of being pushed to the side, of course, not having the range to contest with a lot of these Caitlyn's and Ezreal's and Lucian's, despite him having a little bit of range enough, doesn't really matter. And of course, Thresh, we've kind of seen the rise and fall of AP carries compared to the tank support. So Thresh is kind of somewhere in the middle. He's got a lot of CC, good amount of damage when you hit the full combo, but not really the tankiest guy on the block. So very strange draft so far from this Sin Academy.
And before, we really didn't see so much Thresh in place of Alistar and Braum because he just wasn't tanky enough. He is a real jack of all trades. He doesn't do anything well, but he does everything.
Yeah.
He's got the engage, he's got the disengage, he's got the, field manipulation with both his flay and his box. So now that the tanks are no longer in meta, we don't just need somebody who can tank up 5 turret hits while we're 4v2 tower diving.
That's it.
We'll see a lot more Thresh, hopefully. He's an amazing pick. Like you said, he doesn't really have any flaws when it comes to this team comp. And if you're ever lacking anything in your team, just pick Thresh. He's a failsafe. He'll just catch you no matter what you do.
And when you got Kalista, it's kind of the championship bot lane here. They got those matching skins. And of course, they are able to keep each other safe. The Lantern gets Kalista. Kalista Fates call the Thresh, and it's just an infinite loop of, we caught the Kalista. Oh, no, we didn't. We caught the Thresh. Oh, no, we didn't.
It is so annoying to play against because you just throw him back, he lanterns you back, and you're both at safety. No summoners burn, and you just, the enemy is just standing there wondering, what happened? Didn't we catch him? No, actually you didn't, because it was a Kalista Thresh.
You blow all your CC and he just goes away. But it did just get confirmation that the lobby did bug out a little bit, so we are restarting that one. Should be getting it underway as quickly as possible. Seems like you and I, Jimmy, having a little bit of bad luck here, mate.
Yeah, we're just stuck here talking to each other, waiting for the lobbies to happen. Previously, now as well. I like your company. So
yeah, it's all right. I'm enjoying it. It's been a while since we have caught up, since the OCS is now back on. So, of
course,
both getting our fill of each other, to say the least. I'm already sick of you, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm done. I can't wait for the day to end. So, the faster they get into lobby, the better for everyone.
No, so hopefully we will be getting this one underway soon. But this Novo, like the guys at the analyst desk were saying, is quite a stacked lineup, of course.
Yeah, no, everybody on the Novo lineup, they just look so strong, because whether it's their past experience or it's their previous statistics backing them up, they're just so legitimate as a team.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, because we're in our first week, we don't really know sort of how these teams fare against each other, because we don't really see how management and coaching comes into this and sort of meta strategy evolving throughout the teams. But what we can say for certain is the individual skill. And yeah, Novo just looks so strong with the whole lineup.
And then, of course, on the side of Sin as well, their OPL team has been making leaps and bounds so far, doing quite well, having a few shaky games here and there. Of course, remember the jungler that is playing tonight, Dan Dane, did actually fill in for Juves in week number 2. So has a little bit of that OPL experience and knows what to expect from these high-tier junglers. So hopefully the support from that OPL team can help bring these guys up to par.
Yeah, and if they're going to mirror any of the strategies that their sister team in the OPL have done, stack everything onto your mid lane. You haven't got Rymeister, but hopefully he's been training up your mid laner. Yeah. Hopefully you know what you're doing. You put all of your eggs in the basket that's not going to crack, and good things happen when it happens well.
It's a great time in the game, of course, to put all your resources into mid. Bot lane is kind of a little bit of a stagnant position unless they come out of lane ahead. They're not really going to get so much done in the mid game, especially when these tanks are reigning supreme. In the top lane, it's always these two Titans just whacking each other to death, healing it back up and going all over again. So it seems like the smart choice of those cerebral junglers, of course, is to be in that mid lane.
Yeah, and speaking about that, if you take a look in the mid lane, what an amazing pick that we've got. Not for this game coming up, though, but, just in general, you got the Swain, you got the Vladimir, so you don't just dump resources onto somebody who's essentially squishy and can die at the drop of a hat, but they can sustain themselves on, and they can continue doing damage later and later.
All right, looks like we are back, of course, into the pick and ban phase, and we will be seeing, so looks like standard things coming out, but changing them up a little bit here unless those guys do change to that Malzahar and Pantheon. Maybe that was just a joke, and that's why the lobby was bugged, so they were kind of indicating. Because, again, we tried to reason Malzahar and Pantheon, but why not go with the smart picks of Maokai and Rex?
I mean, does Malz go top? Does Malz go mid? Who knows?
He's not going to go anywhere, hopefully.
So we take a look at Maokai. He's been nerfed in the current patch.
True.
His Arcane Smash, the cooldown has gone up, and that actually really hurts him in the early game because it means that he can't trade as well. Still the same tree as always, though. You just wait for your enemy to cast a bunch of spells, and you just get free heals all day long, but you're not going to be able to take their health down as fast, though.
Of course, we don't see Nidalee being picked up yet. She did get a little bit of nerfs here and there in 6.11, but being such a menace throughout the entire Season 6, to say the least. So seeing her not banned and seeing her left open could be a new age for junglers.
I mean, it may be biased when I say so, but I thought that the range on Nidalee was ridiculous. You got 1500 range to move faster when you can spot somebody. I don't know, that seems a bit busted to me, so they've now tamed it back to about 2/3 of what it was, and she's not as much of a menace as she was before.
Well,
at least
when we see Novo Gaming, they do pick up that Elise and Sivir. So Sivir, a kind of AD carry here we've been sleeping on. We've mentioned Ezra, we mentioned the Caitlyn, even Lucian. But Sivir, still a great champion in her own regard, able to turn any composition into a go comp, engage, get in there and fight with that on the hunt, being such a great utility tool.
Yeah, and before we just saw Sivir as sort of just this ultimate and walking auto attacks essentially, but now it's no longer that because of the buffs on her W ages ago, where now if you get the first crit, everything else crit. She does a significant amount of damage. Before we all laughed at her and we said you can pick her maybe as a counter pick, but otherwise she's just a walking ultimate. She does much more than that. She does a buttload of damage.
Well, looks like we do see the Callista being locked in here, as well as the Thresh, though, staying true to that bot lane, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. It's super strong. There's nothing really wrong with it. You can't be caught out. You can get out to safety without burning any summoners. It's just a great pick all around.
And let's see what Novo Gaming do answer with. They still have maybe their mid lane or their top lane, depending where they choose to send this Ryze, great champion in both roles. But hovering over that most fortune, doubt we'll see that one. So
maybe.
No, they already got the Sivir though, so it doesn't matter. But the Bard, they locked it in earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for it once again here.
Yeah, it definitely could, because Bard, like you said, he has all the strength. People have now well and truly figured out how to use Bard. He's no longer that person who was just standing there with no damage and not much late game because people were confused. You can really just pop that ultimate anywhere you are on the map, and if your enemy don't know that it's coming, you've just caught them by surprise, and then you just hard engage on them with the Sivir.
That's a great point, man. I feel the same way about Talia at the moment. Her ultimate, such a great ultimate, but when people use it, they tend to just like screw it up because she's still new. People are still getting the feel of how that champion plays. So we did see her in the OPL actually with Minky while playing that one out, and they tried the Azir, trying to get the bouncing castle between the two walls on Project.
And how did they do?
They didn't work out too well for them, but it was entertaining to say the least. But of course we see the Poppy actually being locked in here, followed by that Bard pickup.
Which does indicate that the Ryze is going into the mid lane.
Cool, cool.
That allows Sin to counterpick their mid laner now. And it could honestly be anybody, because you took out the Tyrants of Swain and Vladimir. They're going with a Rhymaster special. It could be a Yasuo.
No, that's just showing respect for your OPL brother. Right
but
there.
if you take a look at the lineup, literally everybody has a knockup. Quite literally everybody.
I'll give you that one.
What?
Okay, I'll give you more than that one, Jimmy. I'll let you know you called it. They got the Ryze, they got the Rhymeister special. Sin Academy showing some love to the OPL. Big brother here, locking that one in. So Yasuo, haven't seen him in donkey's years in competitive. Here he is tonight in the OCS.
Yeah, and if you take a look, like I said, literally everybody has a knockup, and Callista is pretty much the only ADC who has one. I think you sort of have a very small window on Vayne's Condemn, but let's not talk about that. Besides that, you got a very solid one on the Callista. You can pretty much engage any situation with this team. What, you missed a Rek'Sai burrow up? Who cares? You still got a Thresh. You missed a Thresh? Who cares? You still got the Callista to throw him in.
That's it.
It still works either way, and this Yasuo, if he plays it right, he should be able to bully out this Ryze early, because Ryze doesn't do too much before level 6.
It's going to be a task to catch them. They've got so much disengage with Poppy's ulti, not to mention Sivir's on the hunt. It's really going to be the squad of Novo kiting backwards, waiting for the enemy to come to them, pop their disengage, blow the cooldowns, then come back in for that re-engage. They've got that cocoon for that single man catch as well.
But it's so volatile, because if you just disengage one of the knockups, who cares? They've still got all the other ones, like we mentioned. So it's extremely hard hard for Nuovo to fight around this. But
Yeah.
if they can manage to find the angle, if they catch Sin at a weird time where they're not so organized and where they're maybe dispersed, then they could have a great chance of taking out this game. Because, like you said, the Sivir is always there with that ultimate, and at the end of the day, if somebody is out of position, you can catch them out.
As happy as I am to finally get this game underway, I'm still a little bit disappointed we're not seeing the Pantheon and the Malzahar.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
I
next
wanted to see the
time.
drop. Yeah, you get the Malzahar.
We got a Yasuo. We got a Yasuo. Let's just take our victories where we can. We got the Yasuo, sure, the Malzahar and the Pantheon. We'll have to wait till next time. Next week, guys. You heard it here first. But the Yasuo will have to do.
Yeah, the Yasuo. You know, he hasn't really been touched so much. With the ADC updates, it's actually really interesting, his build path, because he can choose an array of options. I suspect the same old option is no longer available. You now go the Infinity Edge and maybe even a Phantom Dancer, because he's so squishy. He still has the same problems that Yasuo always had. They never really fixed it. He's still extremely squishy. So if you get the Phantom Dancer, you can take a lot of damage off when the enemy are hitting you back.
Yeah, great champion. When played correctly, of course, Yasuo still eludes me when I give him a go. I try to dash in there, get the trades, and just get obliterated, but I'm sure these guys are a lot better than I am at the game. So
Me as well. You know, it always feels like Master Yi driven on
though,
stick.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's very hard going into the Rise. He's going to have those wind walls positioned perfectly when that machine gun starts to unload.
And one of the biggest problems going into Rise is the fact that that wind wall doesn't actually protect you from the runic prison, because that's just instant. It's not
That's
actually
true.
a projectile, and it can stop you mid-dash as well. So if you really meticulously plan out a certain path to get in, do a lot of damage, and then get out, you might not be able to do that, because you might be stuck halfway through wondering, where do I go from now?
Yeah,
And it might be so hard.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup, to say the least. It's not something I'm well-versed in, but I'm excited nonetheless. Of course, in that bot lane, you've got the Callista and the Thresh. It's going to be very hard for the likes of Bard and Sivir to really punish any overextensions out of these two.
But having said that, you know, it's not too hard of a lane for Sivir to be in, because she can just spell shield what is essentially just a hook. She hasn't really got that much of an issue besides the hook itself. Callista has always countered Sivir in the sense that you can always fake out the shield, the spell shield, because you just put a lot of Ren stacks into her, and she can't really spell shield, because if she does, you go, all right, you just popped it. I'll wait a couple of seconds, and then I'll just take my Rens out.
Yeah, it's very, very hard for Sivir, of course, in that 1v1, but you mentioned it will be quite easy to predict the incoming play. But ladies and gentlemen, finally now into the game. Nuovo Gaming taking on Sin Academy here for this best of one in the Oceanic Challenger Series. Week 1, Split 2. And already we got a bit of a bush strat coming out here.
Yeah, exactly. Sin is all stacking 5-man down the bottom.
Starkles.
Spotted out though, and a stun.
Yeah, gets a nice double stun. Knows where they all are coming from, so it looks like it will just be a standard invade. Vision is the main name of the game here, as you can see. Of course, the top laners and jungle of Nuovo going up there, getting their own vision down.
Just trading the vision along, so if you decide to trade lanes, then the enemy will also know this. I have a sneaking suspicion that even though the hook is easily spell shielded, Sin might still want to take this 2v2 duel.
Look at Bard's positioning.
Oh, yeah, it could indicate either way, because once again, the Callista is just so hard to play against as a Sivir. You can't really fake out the spell shield, so it really goes anyway with the mind games, but besides that, they can't go anyway.
It's going to be answered, though, judging by where Thresh and Callista are positioning themselves on the map. Could change it any minute. Come on, guys. Where are you going? Stop walking back and forward, Golfy.
It's going to be a 2v2.
Yeah, so we will be seeing standard lanes, of course, in the top side. The Australian lane swappers, the foreigners like to call it.
Yeah, except down here, you know, you just look at it and say it's upside down still. Even though we're in Australia, it's still upside down.
Oh, unfortunate. We will be seeing a pause coming out right away that is unfortunately, we are having a little bit of a streak of bad luck here, but we'll be seeing standard lanes, of course, on the top side. A lot of teams do tend to do this when they find out what dragon will be up first. Unfortunately, we didn't get a glance at that one, but it does allow teams to kind of play around whether or not they want their powerful and members on the dragon side, so they can start securing that a little bit early. Or maybe the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and the dragons really do make all the difference, because let's just say you get something really strong like an Infernal Drake, you really want to pressure that as early as you can. If you get a Mountain Drake, it's conditional, but for the vast majority of times you take it. Cloud and Ocean, not so much, because out of combat stats, they don't matter as much. Maybe if you're sieging conditionally, the Ocean one comes up, and the Cloud one only really comes into play when you just say, I need to rush an objective before my enemy just to get a ward down, not even to take the objective. So besides that, you know, if they know that they don't don't want to fight over that. They definitely want to get the Rift Herald over to their side.
It's always teams value them differently depending on how they are thinking of playing the game out and what their composition allows them to do. But of course, at the end of the day, every dragon is important when you take in to the account the Elder Dragon. Each previous dragon you have killed, slain, whatever, goes towards buffing that burn damage that the Elder Dragon does give you.
Exactly, and it also boosts all of the other dragons by 50%. So
It's huge.
Let's just say Cloud, one of the least regarded dragons by the teams. Even if you get 3 of those and then you get an Elder Dragon, you'll just be dashing around the map everywhere. It's like a free Moby's enchantment on top of your actual boots for everyone. It's practically a Sivir ultimate on demand.
And you get a cool little graphic on that one as well. You get that
The green one.
the green lines coming off you. Look like you're going
The
extra
Sonic.
fast. Yeah, you're going super fast there. But no, both these teams really looking forward to seeing how they go about setting up for this one. We know that they're going with their standard lanes here. Jungle is going to be doing their normal routes when this happens. Doubt we'll be seeing any double jungle, considering that only the Slayer of the camp now gets the experience.
Exactly, and it's really hard to play around that because it means that you have to put your laners in a lane. All in all, it's not a terrible thing because it means that teams no longer have the solid option of 4v0ing and taking a turret by trading a turret. But it does mean that people have to lane now against their opponents. Not that great for people who maybe aren't that confident on the matchup.
Well, just as I was about to do a little hypey speech on how we're back in the game and ready to play, unfortunately another pause does come underway. Hopefully these players can get their issues sorted out soon. But I want to have a look at the top lane, which is now the bot lane, of course. Maokai versus Poppy, a lane we're all well-versed with, 2 tanks just butting heads, but we haven't seen Poppy in quite some time. Why is that, Preacher?
Well, you know, Poppy just really fell out of popularity because, none of the Doran's items really worked well on her, so her early game, while it was solid in the sense that you can always escape a gank if need be, and you won't necessarily lose a lane, it was really hard for her to win any. And now she's coming back into popularity because you got the Maokai, you know, somebody who is just a tank who just wants to essentially get as much stats as he can under his belt, not that much damage. And like we said, the Q of Maokai, it is now on a huge cooldown compared to Poppy's cooldowns, which haven't been touched. So she can go toe-to-toe with him and tank up even harder than he can.
That's a great point to mention when some champions do receive a little bit of quality of life here. Maokai was quite reckless champion in the top lane, getting away with a lot, having a free on-hit snare followed by the knock-up and the massive damage reduction. Can go on and on about the pros of Maokai, so did get a little bit fine-tuned here. Of course, his health regen and base health did also get lowered, so maybe Poppy might have a little bit of an easier time laning against him, allowing her to maybe slide back into the meta.
It is a change that was needed because he was extremely busted, with the exception
Busted.
with the exception of Fiora. You know, he pretty much guaranteed that you would win any single lane. Even with the changes to a sapling toss, you got so much time on the saplings, it's essentially a free ward when you're warding totems down, so you know when you're about to get ganked. It was just so hard to play against him, and now they've tuned down his numbers, tuned up his cooldowns. It should be much easier.
And in the mid lane, of course, Rise, so damn strong. There's not a lot you can do to stop Rise getting to that state of the game, of course, unless they want to gank the absolute heck out of him. But see how Yasuo does, already getting a little bit of an early advantage here, hitting that level 2, hitting the knockup. But we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Novo Gaming taking on Sin Academy here. And the Yasuo and Rise just bashing heads.
We didn't actually get to see which masteries that they chose, but Yasuo right now actually has a really sweet spot where he can just use Grasp of the Undying, and every single time he dashes to you, because minion waves allow him to dash you at quite a nice ease, he can just get a lot of health back, do a little bit more damage on his poke, and then dash out to relative safety with that health under his belt. So now, if he picked that up, it shouldn't be the worst case scenario going into a Rise.
I don't think he got it though. Just checking by the little buffs we can see.
Just checking.
Yeah, we saw Maokai's on his, but I was checking before as you're doing your little Grasp the Undying spiel, but unfortunately not going to have that one. But we see in the bot lane just the 2 Titans trading blows here. Jack Attack doing a good job, making sure that Maokai misses a few CS under this one in the mid lane, of course. Rise and Yasuo, such an interesting matchup. The wind walls are going to have to be on point, but you mentioned earlier. Ooh, Benoink missing that one. Uncharacteristic here.
In the early game for the mid, unless anything drastic happens, they should just both be looking to farm up because they're both late game champions. Early game, they don't have too much of an impact. If junglers wish to visit, though, that could be such a volatile lane because both of them are extremely squishy. Ryze tanks up, but only with items, and that takes a lot of time. And an Elise and a Rek'Sai, they can both early gank extremely easily.
Stealthix just doing what he can to get those last hits. Quite easy to keep the wave at bay when you are playing Sivir. You can choose to just push that out straight away with a WQ combo. No harm, no foul. So once again in the bot lane, these guys probably already forced to use one of the corrupting potion stacks. Not too much of a big deal here. But look at Dandane making his way maybe around that mid lane. Hook goes wide. Could see a gank attempt in the middle.
Yeah, Dandane's just hanging around the mid on the other side only. He hasn't read the situation, so he hasn't quite moved up towards this side. He's actually opting to go to the top lane, which is in the bot. Dan's wasting a lot of time here because if you take a look at Cheese, regardless of whether Cheese knows that he's there or not, he's always going to play as if he's there. So it's really going to be unlikely that we see this gank come to fruition. He also did know that Dandane started around the bottom side of his jungle, so he should be routing around the top side. Very smart of him to ward there.
Bedoink, he did actually take that teleport, which does raise a few question marks to me. Going against a Ryze, you most of the times want to have that exhaust in your back pocket. They do have one. It is on the side of Thresh. But here comes the gank attempt. Cheese just going to book it out of there. Only is in the wings. Does get spotted out by a ward. Able to clear that one away though.
And it's nice of Only to finally move up here. It's not too late, all things considered, because they knew that something was fishy when Dandane hasn't showed his face for ages. Now that he has, Only was there to protect his laner. All in all, not a problem at all, and he diffuses the situation with quite ease. If you take a look at the bottom lane and the top lane though, nothing much has happened except for the fact that Stealthix is not only on full health, but also still has his potion.
They're doing a great job of taking out Kallista's health bar here. Remember, no sustain on the side of Sin Academy, whereas the Bard can lay down those Caretaker shrines at his own leisure, go off, do a little bit of chime collecting. Good amount of damage into Jack Attack here. Going to be forcing out both his corrupting stacks, but look at Bedoink, he's low. Cheese though takes a few too many shots, and both mid laners walk away licking their wounds.
Wow, that was so close.
Oh.
It sort of brings to question why Only went that deep and then just decided to stop with Cheese as well. Cheese could have very well died there. I'm not too sure that they had the calculations. They both lived with a sliver of health, so very lucky for Bedoink. It wasted Only's time because there was no gank that came out of it. Still did use his flash though.
Did use his teleport to get back to lane. Cheese also had spent both his summoners to try and acquire that early first blood, but you can see where this damage onto the Kalista is really coming from. Those Bard orders can be so obnoxious at times, but Bedoink making his way up to his top lane maybe.
It's hard to play against the Bard with his autos because with his meeps, that just counts as 2 stacks for your Thunderlords.
Yep.
A lot more damage going out onto Manlala. Stealthix, though, sitting extremely comfortably.
Yeah, Stealthix doing a great job of laning right now. Once again, everyone just doing laning phase things. We see kind of common trend these days. Rek'Sai like to go for that early sight zone, given now that Machete does give that full jungle experience, allows them to get that early vision pressure out. So great job, great showing by the jungler so far tonight, being able to adapt to that one, of course, on the side, only getting that smite stone.
Yeah, exactly. And that sight stone, as opposed to just the smite upgrade, is so strong. Oh, Starkle's
in the top lane, though, Exhaust goes down onto Stealthix. Manlala going to have to back out of that one. So 2 summoners burnt by the Bard. Only an exhaust for the Thresh.
Oh, Dandane.
Cheese wants to go in on this one, but there is backup. The flash. There is 5 to 8. The knockup comes through. Cheese is dead. First blood going over to the Yasuo.
And there is the knockups that we were talking about. Dandane, he used that dash to come in from the portal. Didn't quite get within range to knock up. Who cares? You've got a Maokai waiting for you over the edge, and he has a knockup of his own, easily led into the ultimate from the Yasuo, the last breath, finishing off Cheese.
Yeah, a great rotational play out of Sin Academy, really showing masteries of that map movement. We saw Starkle's in the top, just using that Tempered Fate to force Manlala to stay back a little bit longer, allowing Stealthix to get back to lane quite freely. 5 to 8, great roam out of him, of course, allows him to pick up a Dark Seal quite early on. Haven't seen this out of Maokai's in quite some time, though, so Interesting buy, to say the least.
We definitely haven't seen it in top laners because generally they want to work towards either the righteous glory to run faster enemy teams, sort of the I have a Sivir ultimate as well, or to get a Rod of Ages just to get all those stats that Maokai needs. He uses every single one of them. But that Dark Seal, it gives you some AP. If you get assist, then you can stack it up quite nicely. And I don't envision a Maokai dying anytime soon with all the other priorities that Novo have to focus on.
Yep, well, looks like Novo do instigate the lane swap back in favor of the standard. We see Sivir, StealthX making his way down there. So, of course, the bot lane of Sin Academy are going to have to answer that one. And it's the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah,
well.
exactly. And that's exactly why they moved down there, because now they want to put the priority on this dragon. It's good at all points of the game. It's better late than early, but you still use it early in the sense that you get some AD and AP. It's definitely not something that you want to hand over to your enemy.
Dandin does get hooked, cocooned up. Gulpify is there. The hook goes through. It does land onto Only, who gets hit by the box, repels away from any further damage. But that just kind of fizzles out the scenario.
Yeah, it does. And the Thresh with his ultimate down, it should give a little bit of easier laning towards Nuovo. Not that much of an advantage, though, because you only use it when you fight. So really, Sin's just looking at this situation and saying, I'm just going to farm up, especially under Tara. You don't have too much of another choice under your belt.
We see Manlala going for that Blade of the Ruined King first by the looks of it. Has himself that Runan's Hurricane. Of course, on the mirror side of that one, StealthX with the BSO, but once again, Cheese in a little bit of trouble. Dandane does flash in, the exhaust goes down. Cheese trying to book it out of there. No flash available, but the shield might be enough to deter it. Dandane having to escape from that one, so Cheese survives the 2 versus 1 with only a tier to his name.
And well done to Cheese for using the exhaust on Bedoink as soon as he goes up in the air, because the thing that you can do on Yasuo is while you are using your last breath, you can actually cast your Q, and it does a little bit of extra damage while you're in the air and you can't really do anything else. So because he exhausted straight away, he mitigated so much damage, and that gank didn't work out.
Whoop. Bedoink playing with fire here. He's able to mitigate a little bit of damage with that wind wall. Keep in mind that Only and Starkles were off to the wings, but doing a great job of maintaining a high CS lead over the Rise, of course.
And that's exactly what you want to do, because Rise, we said, he's just this machine gun. If you allow him to scale, he will scale, and he will get so much damage under his belt. He will just pop his ultimate and essentially pop whoever he sees closest to him, regardless of whether they are a tank or not. Maokai, especially early on in the game when you haven't got too much tank to your name, maybe you just have a Rod of Ages that has a couple of stacks on it. Yeah, Rise can pop that no problem at all.
So about 11 minutes in the game, Sin Academy are pulling ahead with about an 800 gold lead, but oh no, Jack Attack might be caught. He does interrupt the tunnel out of Dandane, gets the ultimate off, gets to safety, and a well-timed W saves his life.
Well done to Jack Attack for stopping that dash, because that's really Rek'Sai's only way to engage. And you take it off him, he just says, all right, maybe this gank isn't going to work. Pops the ultimate for a little bit of safety, and he's just completely out in the bot, though.
Thresh does get stunned, but we mentioned just how hard it is to kill this bot lane. The teleport incoming. Starkles, he might be in trouble. There's the last breath to take out Starkles, but Manlala, he's not done yet. Here comes 5 to 8. The shield is there to keep StealthX safe. He does get slowed up. Where is the follow-up? Only coming down, but that's going to be all.
And that spell shield may well have saved his life, because without it, he would have been rooted in place and everybody else would have caught up to him. In the end, though, Nuovo did not lose as much as they stood to, but they will lose this Infernal Drake, which over time will stack up massively against them. An important thing to note is the build path of Manlala. He is going for that Blade of the Ruined King. Right now, not a lot of players in general, regardless of which champ they're playing, opt for this item because it is just so gold efficient. It costs so much, and granted the build path is alright, but it doesn't give you enough stats anywhere in the game for it to be effective. Still the only choice for a Kalista, though.
So Nuovo caught sleeping, lose themselves out a kill and a dragon in the bot lane, of course. So Sin Academy are up 2-0, currently 1,000 and change ahead. Getting themselves that Infernal Dragon, going to help them scale later and later in the game. However, they do have that Rise, so they are allowed to just chill a little bit, wait for him to finish his rower, wait for the tier to get turned into an Archangels, from then on to a Seraphs. But they're going to have to do something quite soon as Bedoink. He's finished himself that Phantom Dancer, and he's just going to get stronger.
And waiting for Rise to scale up while under nearly every other scenario is fine is not really under this one. Because if you take a look at Bedoing, you said that Sin have 2 kills to their name. Who has got him?
Oh,
it's just Bedoink.
Great point.
He's got him in the enemy laner, and Bedoink also scales up just as hard as Rise does. Doesn't quite do the same thing, but still has all that power. Like we said, the Phantom Dancer, he should be able to reduce so much damage. Just going for a bit of a trade here, though.
Yeah, really not feeling any of that right now. Also has a Null Magic Mantle to his name, Dandane. Great pink ward, spotting out the vision that only is trying to put down, only really trying to get a gank coming through here onto that mid lane, just not finding it at the moment. But doing just keeping the lane in a position where he finds suitable to the way he's playing. Remember, Stealthix did pick up that early cull, so down to 49 stacks, 49 more last hits. He'll get himself a nice influx of gold. Has that Caulfield's Warhammer and the BF sword.
Going top, though. Maybe is looking for something.
Well, Jack Attack being the aggressor
What?
onto this one. Doesn't he realize it's a 2 versus 1? But Dandane forced to respect.
He says, get off my lawn. This is my lane, and while your laner isn't going to follow me, I'm just going to do a little bit damage onto you. That's going to discourage Dandane from coming in the future because he knows exactly how much Jack Attack hurts. And this is really the power of Jack Attack. You know, at the end of the day, a Poppy always does that much base damage. She does as much as a carry while she doesn't build any items to carry. It's quite insane to lane against.
I mean, really doing a great job so far. Would like to see some of those aggressive teleports, but there is only he gets caught by the knockup, goes into the repel. Where is Cheese? Forced a flash out of that one, but there's Jack Attack. The Cocoon does go wide. They've got their attention in onto Bedoink. Here comes the Rise flashing in. The wind wall is good, keeping all 3 members safe from that AoE from the Q, but Dandin and 5 to 8 are in a lot of trouble. Malco running low on mana, nowhere to go. Going to be the sacrificial tree as they take him down in a 3v3 skirmish.
And eventually they have to say, look, we got to give somebody up so that the other 2 can live, or else we're all going to die. They say 5 to 8, look, you're the tank. You have to go down for the team. And he does. Novo get a little bit of a foothold in this game, and now hopefully they want to push it. But Sin, they're responding quite nicely by taking down this turret.
Depends on if they get it, but the mid lane tower, definitely the most important one. A teleport to keep the tower safe. Who is it? Here comes Jack Attack. It's instantly hit up by the boxer on the hunt used for no good measure, but they save the tower while in the meantime getting themselves a mid one. So great amount of biting back coming out of Novo, taking the gold lead away from Sid Academy.
Give them an inch and they will take a mile. They not only denied that turret, they got one, and now they're chipping down this one.
Jesus.
Down in the bottom lane. They rotated that so well. They won't take it down because Sin has now responded, but they might want to 4-man dive this.
They're not done rotating yet. 4-man dive. You mean 5-man dive. Here comes the lane. A double stun onto the bot lane. Stealthic's going to be picking up that one. He's looking one more onto Manlala. 2 kills though over to Sin Academy. They're looking to go onto Cheese. He's able to pick up the Kalista, but now he has to turn tail. But Doink and 5 to 8 just going to be walking them out of this one.
And in the end, Novo actually came out for the better there. They've evened out all the kills, but only...
It's not done yet. Only does get the Cocoon. Should be able to repel out of this one. Dandane, though, wants this.
He's not going to be able to chase this down. Only finds refuge in his own turret. And
these guys just love fighting here, Preachers.
They're just chipping at each other a little bit, but I think unless anything really strange happens, it's all more or less even now. And you may look at the kills and say it's 4 to 4, but take a look at the gold. There's already 1.5k difference to Novo.
That's the tower.
Yeah, that's the tower. They've been moving around the map. They've been giving their pressure in, man. You can feel it in terms of the gold. They don't want to stop here, though. And it looks like Sin, they're trying whatever they can to get as much chip as they can onto the turrets because the turrets do not regen. They're just trying to take him down as low as they can because eventually those small numbers stack up and you get a turret out.
The bot lane tower should be falling very soon. Minion wave ganging up on that one. We saw just how low Manlala, but there it is on your screen. The blue turret is destroyed, but Stealthix and Starkles quite far up here. Good amount of vision denial coming out from the Sin Academy squad. Pink wards placed all through that Rift Herald side river. And once again, no team's even batting an eyelid at Old Harold.
Yeah, and that's quite strange because the Herald buff got changed. Before, it was just 4 minutes and it used to respawn all the way until Baron came up. And, you know, whenever you took down the Rift Herald, you would always say, okay, now's my time to split push. Even if I don't want to split push and I want to group with the team, we now have a really strong front line where our minions do a lot of damage and the enemy have a really hard time clearing them because if you want to tank them up as opposed to your turret, you're going to take a lot of damage from them. Now it's a little bit different. You want to exclusively give it to split pushes, such as Jack Attack on on the Poppy, such as 5 to 8 on the Maokai, and nobody's really focusing it. It lasts for 10 minutes and it persists through
20
death.
minutes, dude. What did they change it on?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Oh, good doink. Does get forced out here, so they should be getting themselves a turret. Novo Gaming, great rotational play, but 3 members of Sin Academy here in the mid lane. They want to try and take this turret away. Cheese doing a good job. Jack attack, though. Able to get out safely. Does get chased down by 5 to 8. 3 members of Sin Academy just sticking around as this gank squad right now.
Cheese, he has such an easy time
Ooh,
fending off the push from Sin Academy because Rise, he's a machine gun. You can lock one person down and take him out, but his ultimate also makes all of his abilities go AoE. So he does so much to everybody involved. But this Mountain Dragon going over to Novo means that now they have a fighting chance against Sin. Sin have the late game Dragon, but if you take a look at Novo, they have the Dragon for the push.
Look, they've been doing a great job, this Novo squad, of playing the map already up 2 towers to 1 over their opposition. This Mountain Dragon going to help them to control the pace of this game. 5 to 8 actually going to start dealing damage to these towers. Now he's picked that one up, of course. Once again, Sin Academy, they are moving their bot lane, of course, into the mid to try and take out this mid turret. Cheese, though, look at that, just has to ult, quells all aggression.
And as soon as Manlala takes the safety, Cheese just says, all right, you know what, I'm just going to clear this wave. No more playing around.
But Doink, though, sitting on 3-0-0 at the moment, got himself a BF sword in his back pocket along with those Mercury treads still. Sitting on that Phantom Dancer, so feeling good about the pace of this game right now. Stealthix, on the other hand, got himself that Essence Reaver completed now on the makings of his Zeal item. Rift Herald does go back to the Void. Not going to be used at all in this game. We see Only and Cheese both picking themselves a needlessly large rod.
And this is really strange looking at Bedoink because he's got a Mercury Treads, which is fine for lane because Rise is going to snare you not once but multiple times. You've also got an Elise who can hit you with a Cocoon if you are snared, but you're out of lane now. You're already split pushing wherever you need to be, and provided your team ward up and give you enough communication, you shouldn't be caught out by anybody. So it's quite a weird pickup now. I don't really think he's going to be one of the priorities in the middle of a team fight. He'll be standing in the back until he finds the ultimate chance to use his last breath. You don't need to use it the first knock-up like you traditionally need to do with Yasuo because everyone's got a knock-up, like we said in Champion Select. You can wait until you get the 4 to 5 man one and they can't fight back.
Well, let's see how Novo can play around that split pushing Yasuo. He has got himself back into the mid lane. We see the top laners down in that bot side. So every time that Sin Academy or Novo try to get their split pushing, they are answered back, of course. 2 tanks just going to be wailing on each other once again. But we see 3 members from each side culminating in that top lane.
Yeah, and this might explode into something real. If you take a look at Cheese, he's already moving his way up, trying to avoid wards. Here we go.
Oh, Tempered Fate onto Manlala. Golpify doing a good job of keeping them all at bay. Fate's call used, but Manlala, he does walk in. Here comes Only, looking to get this one. A lot of damage on the Thresh, but there is Cheese in the backline. Flashes through, got his focus onto the Glister. Thresh has already fallen. Now Dan Dane in a world of hurt. 5 to 8, doing the best he can, but 5 members of Novo are barreling down this top lane, looking for the kills. The smallest magical journey I think I've ever seen in my life, allowing for Jack to try and get in there. The snare onto Dane Dane, the stun, the double kill coming across the Stealthix.
And it doesn't even matter how many knockups you have for Yasuo. If he can't find a nice angle to come in without just being collapsed on and blown up, then he cannot use his ultimate to respond to yours. And now Novo know this. They take out 4 for nothing, and they're going to take the second turret for this.
Look, despite Sin Academy having double teleports, it seems like Novo are always the first to the fight here. Cheese just flashing through the backside, able to catch off Manlala. Just definitely won them the fight, but the remaining members all doing a great job here, getting 2 turrets as well for their trouble. So now, after that skirmish, 8 kills to 5, 39,000 gold to 32 Novo. Just running away with this game right now. 4 to 2 in turret. Sin Academy able to pick up that mid lane off the back end of that one. Buy themselves some breathing room.
Yeah, but that's just loose change compared to the amazing advantage that Novo managed to secure themselves in that top lane fight. It was just so well done by the squad because they picked them out and they really had a systematic shot where they just said go. Because if you didn't, if you hesitated, then you would have given Sid enough time to get their members in the correct place, and that would have just been a wombo from hell. So well done to them for pulling the trigger early and just saying, look, I know it's going to be messy, but it's going to be better than the alternative.
Stealthix, you can tell he's been playing against a lot of Vlads and Swain, and early Executioner's Calling being picked up on that Civet Cheese, also rounding out his build with the Ninja Tabby. Picked up that Seraph's Embrace. Opposition Bedoink, though, still just sitting on components right now. 300, 217 CS. He's very, very fed at the moment, so should be going for the Infinity Edge. We see that straight as well into a Vampiric Scepter, so sitting on a lot of loose change for that one. So maybe they might start looking for these team fights now that the Yasuo has his IE.
Yeah, and if you take a look at Yasuo's build, sometimes they switch around between... Oh, here we go, the Fate's Call.
The Fate's Call has been used over the wall, onto the Bard. Last breath through.
Oh.
He gets stunned out of his magical journey. A very short one at that, but here comes Sid Academy. Just going to go back to the mid lane, clear it out, but Dragon in a minute, Bard up in 25 seconds. Nuovo, they should be able to fight for this one. I'm
not too sure that was worth. You can say a kill is a kill regardless of all things, and now the map is cleared up. But if you take a look, that cost 3 ultimates on the side of Sin Academy. Yep. They can get in position to take this Dragon, but Bard, the support of all players, is going to be up well within this time. His ultimate will be available. He doesn't need to be at the fight because he has almost infinite range. He could definitely hit the Dragon, no problem at all, and Sin very intelligently back off.
It's only an Ocean Dragon, so not the most vital one to either of these teams' win conditions, but still a place to fight, and that's exactly what Nuovo want to do right now by the way that they're positioning themselves. Taking out the wards, getting map control. Looks like they really want to make use of Cheese on this rise.
Yeah, they definitely do. Oh, here we go.
And the fight has been popped up. Beautiful Tempered Fate did snare up Manlala, but we mentioned just how hard it is to catch at this bot lane. The Thresh Lantern was there in time.
Oh, and just as I want to say anything at all, it looks like one side or the other just want to fight, pushing them out of the way, though Nuovo are going to pick up this Ocean Dragon, which, you know, situationally, you can make good use of it. If you want to siege the enemy turrets, you just back off for a good while, and then you regen your health and mana. But now they're catching up Badonk.
Oh, no, Badonk, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Is able to hit the knock-up, potentially saving his life there as Cheese was very close to hitting that room prison.
He's not clear just yet. He's still running.
The members of Nuovo, they don't want to let him get out just yet, but he's taking all that he can get. Dandane being relegated to split push duties right now, and with the Maokai teleport down, it's a good idea, but here come 4 members of Sin Academy. Teleport from Jack Attack in the backline. He might be in trouble, but 5 to 8 gets caught out. He's going to get taken down without doing anything. Poppy still keeping them at bay, but she might get taken down. But Doink doing just that. Both top laners are out of the fight. Only wants to defend this turret. The Magical Journey coming through. Everyone just in full retreat right now. There is the on the flash cocoon lands, but Doink just gets jumped down, shut down, going over to Only.
Only had no patience at all. He says, I have nothing to waste, and now Dandane is being locked up.
Dandane, where are you going?
Whoa!
Flashes onto the lane, gets himself to safety, but Nuovo, when they press that go button, they don't stop until they've killed 2+ members.
No, and like I was saying, Only he had no patience at all. On that Elise, he said, I'm going to hit this cocoon and you're not going to win well. The only way to guarantee it is to flash right on top of your face and to hit it. Now they're going for a Baron.
Baron has been started. The jungler is still alive. That is Dandane. The wards are down. Has the potential to steal this one away. 3 members still alive. There is the Maokai straight onto Cheese. The team fight has started. Manlala, he does dodge the Tempered Fate. This is looking great for Sin Academy. They're doing what they can. There goes Elise. There goes Rise. There goes Bart. Stealthix, the only one left alive. They're so low. He gets one, not able to get 2. And a beautiful 3-4 for 1 actually.
Everybody's low in Jack Attack.
Jack Attack, though.
Might want this.
Nah, he's got to turn tail and run. A great hold, but looks like they're going to start the Baron themselves. That's right, Yasuo has teleport, ladies and gentlemen. How can Nuovo answer here? Not a single teleport available. 20-second depth liners across the clock. Jack Attack, he goes in to try and hold them up. Going to get taken out. That is an 8 for Sin Academy and a free Baron.
That is a interesting decision by Jack Attack coming in on the side when he is the only one. The players already had well more than enough time to regen their health from a quarter to a half, and they take him out, you know, by just stacking on top of him. Maybe he wanted to delay the Baron, but why delay the inevitable and give your life for it? You just gave away a kill and also a Baron. That's going to be such a huge lead over to Sin Academy, because now with Baron up minions, it's going to be so hard for both Cheese and Stealthix to clear these waves.
Look, this game is on an absolute knife edge, to say the least. 11 kills to 11. Gold difference about 1,000 and some change apart. 4 towers still in favor of Novo, but that just means that there's potential gold on the map for Sin Academy to get. And when you've got 5 members with Baron on your team, Novo are definitely on the back foot right now.
If you take a look at Badoink in the top lane, he's just cracking open this piggy bank, just saying we had this. Oh!
A beautiful Fates call onto 3 members. They're trying to keep them at bay, but no teleport on. This Yasuo could spell disaster. They get the Kalista and they're looking for more.
They only get Manlala, but hey, that's the ADC, you know, that's still a significant portion of the team. And Badoink, he doesn't give two. He just pushes this lane and he doesn't want to stop. He's going to trade turret for turret, but he's got a Baron buff. So not only can he push the turret faster, his team can also defend slightly better because the minions are so hard to clear.
Well, he backs off after that one, knowing that they cannot withstand the onslaught of 5 members of Novo. Jack Attack did actually go over there to stop the potential push from Badoink, but a great tempered fate out of Starkles allows them to catch out Manlala. So getting themselves a little bit ahead, 12 kills to 11 right now as we are hitting that 30-minute mark. Cheese, he's got himself that fully stacked Rod of Ages. Look at this push, though, coming out of Sin.
They give no regrets when they make a decision. You know, there's no sort of second guessing. They all say, we're pushing, and they're going for it.
Another beautiful tempered fate. Here comes Cheese. Will the fight be looking for the hook?
Cheese.
Goes wide. Cheese just gets knocked up, out of control. He's going to go down. That is a Thresh picking that one up, and now every single person is low. A beautiful knockout from Manlala. Jack Attack keeping them all at bay. The Kalista is so good right now. The threshold comes through. Look at Manlala. He's low. A double kill for only. The fight is still going, though. Slammed into the wall is Thresh. Now they're in full retreat.
And we shut down.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. They are still in full retreat. They're running. They're trying to get away from this one. Sorry for that one, guys. Myself and Preacher, we're still here, still bringing you this game, but let's. We've got some beautiful music going on in the background.
It's very calming, and we need it in order to analyze what happened in that game. Because if you take a look over there, they just did so much in that last fight. It was going Sin Academy's favor over and over. And then Novo at the very end, they pull it out and they catch Manlala out by surprise. I actually really want to point out one of the items that's picked up by Novo. If you take a look at Bud, he's got a Frozen Heart in his inventory. That not only slows damage from both Badoink and Manlala, but it also slows maneuverability from Manlala because his jumps scale with his attack speed. So by slowing it, you also slow how frequently she can jump.
That's a great pickup, of course. These guys, they know every little intricacy that League of Legends has. Stealthix and Starkles might be going for this one. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Sin Academy, though, they have been caught out a few times. Novo, definitely the stronger of the team fighters. I don't think an Ocean Drake is worth losing this much control over.
No, and if I were on the side of Sin Academy, I might want to back off of this. All things considered, you look at 5 to 8, he has got a teleport, so if they want to fight this, they can. Everybody on Novo, though, is down on the bottom side. They do not want to risk this at all. No teleport.
Looks like they will be giving this one away. Remember, the teleport is there from 5 to 8, so it's on Novo to force this, because the longer that they wait, the longer that Maokai can get in on this fight. No Smite Steal away just yet. Only does get knocked up. But Novo, they're just going to back away from this one. They have to deal with 5 to 8 at the moment.
When you knock up only? Hard to say, also hard to comprehend, but he's essentially one of the tanks on the team. You don't want to follow up on that one. So nothing going to happen out of that. Already we see some Ocean Drakes going over to Novo. They can sustain up any sort of push that they want to, any sort of siege that they want to.
Well, they have to right now. They have to lay siege because Sin Academy, they're pushing. They've got the Yasuo in the body. He's going to recall right away. The hook, though, onto Cheese. They're trying their best to get him down. There goes the box teleport in from the Yasuo. They're trying to get him. Cheese just gets knocked up one more time. A beautiful last breath onto 4 members of Novo. They're fighting. Manlala still alive. The first kill goes down onto Siva. This is looking bad for Novo. Sin Academy answer strong. Jack Attack goes down. A triple kill, of course, to Badoink. And the only player left alive, only as a matter of fact, is to turn tail and run.
Manlala, he fixed his problems from the last fight because one of the biggest things was he was just in the wrong position.
He had that QSS.
Yeah, now he knows not only does he have the QSS, but he also recognizes the fact that a frozen puck is on the enemy team. So he now knows that he has to dash when he can.
Look, this game has been firing at all cylinders from start to finish, but still getting a few little spectator bugs here and there. Hopefully, we will get everything sorted out for you guys at home. Preacher and I doing our best to keep everything entertaining, but it looks like they will be pushing down this inhibitor turret right now. A free inhibitor, still 4 members dead on the side of Novo.
It's fun when we have it, and all in all, they take down an inhibitor for only Jack Attack going down. When you give them an inch, they take a mile, and Sin Academy, now they've got the map lead. They want to take everything available, and with Baron coming up in a minute, they are well within position to just go around there, set down some wards, and if need be, split push and teleport.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here, Novo. They seem to have full control of this game, but would you look at the gold here, Preacher? It is dead even. 33 minutes in the game, 15 kills to 16, favoring Sin Academy. 5 towers apiece. The only thing really separating these guys, of course, Novo, they've got that 3 dragon advantage. So this Elder Dragon, which will be the next one spawning, is going to be hella important.
Not only that, but also the fact that Sin Academy have an inhibitor, they've got the map pressure. So while you do have the regen from the Ocean Drakes, you lose out in the sense that you need to dedicate people to clear out the middle in here being down. And if you don't, then it could push into your base and cause problems a lot later.
Baron spawning in about 10 seconds. We've seen just how fast Sin Academy can take this one down when they've got their sights set onto it. A big push coming out in this mid lane. All 5 members of Novo grouping up once more. They have to send their resources here because this is where the super minions are coming from. Whoa. There is the Fate's call, the Tempered Fate rather, down onto Manlala, forcing the flash, but that's not going to be available for the next fight.
No, and not only is her flash not going to be available, they're also pushing all the way towards the base. Who cares about super minions when you've got all of that clear from a Sivir and a Rise? Here we go!
Oh, a double knockout coming from Dan Dan. There is a Maokai on the side. They're looking to take out Cheese. He's the first to fall. The next target will be Only, who's trying his best to get out of that one. The Magical Journey on the back. A beautiful stun onto Bedoink. Stealthix and Bedoink running away. He's coming in. He gets the slice. He gets the dice. Stealthix doing what he can. The knockup does get shielded away. Stealthix still on the runaway from this one. Bedoink going to be hunting him down 5 to 8. Looking for the Bard, but so far it's a 1 for 0. But Stealthix, he's got nowhere left to go as Dan, Dane, and Bedoink finish that one up.
Wow, and what a fight that we just saw over there, because Stealthix at the very end, he got caught up, he got sandwiched by Bedoink, and it was just a kill on the platter. Yeah, exactly, and now with those deaths on the table, they're going to push it. They're going to see if they can get a second inhibitor. That second inhibitor is going to be so insane on the map because not only have they got the middle one, they'll now also have the bot one. They can go to that Baron with ease. You can't contest that, really.
Hook does go wide, because they've got this bot tower in their sights right now. Still, Super Minions are pushing a beautiful 4-man Fate's call. Just going to buy them some time here, knocking them away. A huge wind wall blocking off half of the lane. 5 to 8 does just get landed out of this one, but Cheese will be able to pick up. What's that item called again? I haven't seen it in so long.
ZZ.
ZZ Rot Portal. Zarot Portal, of course. It's been a while since I've seen that one. It seems to just reign supreme as the top lane go-to, but after a few quality of life changes, in ages.
Used to be called GG Portal because you just set one down and it pushes all the way up for you. Now, a little bit, Nerf still does more or less the same thing. If we take a look, both the armor and magic resist help the Maokai. A little hidden thing that not many people know is that it now forces, it doesn't force your team, but it encourages your team to play around lanes rather than around the jungle because the passive from the Raptor Cloaks works even on fallen turrets. So you move around so much faster, and you might say, oh, that's just being pedantic, you know, it's a little bit of a buff. But for a Maokai moving towards an enemy team, that's a huge thing.
He was able to teleport off to the wings last side, get in the fight, which seemed at a very speedy manner, and that definitely contributed to that one. So Novo, they are able to hold. Great Tempered Fate coming out of Starkles did prevent the tower from going down. But Sin Academy, they've got their sights set on this Baron. Good warding from the side of Novo and Cheese. Might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Whoa, flash.
Yeah, just has to flash out of that one.
That means that the flash isn't going to be available. They're going to take out the wards. They're going to take the Scuttle Crab as well, which means they have dominant area control over the Baron. All they need to do is wait for the mid lane to present itself as an issue, and they can take it whenever they want to. They can bait this easily.
Cheese has got himself a Guardian Angel now, so does Only. On the other side, Dan Dane, the only one with that. The Baron has been started. All 5 members from each team are here.
Or the Tempered Fate.
It does go through, but there is the Flay. Looks like Rise, he is going to get knocked up out of this one. Still has a Guardian Angel available in the back. Stealthix, he does get knocked up. He gets taken out. The 80 carry is down, but doing so much work right now. Starkles does get knocked up by Dane. Dane stunned. Of course, goes through the magical journey, meets a katana to the face. What a catastrophe.
Oh my. But Doink was just waiting over there for Starkles, and Starkles says, "Ha, I'm going to juke you all," goes straight into the sword and impales himself for the
Shish
death.
kebabbed.
Yep, they don't even want to go for the inhib right now, even though it has spawned in the mid lane. They've got the numbers advantage. They're going straight for the Baron.
Yeah, that Baron should fall quite quickly. No teleports except for Jack-Sack on the side of Nuova, but I don't think we saw what happened earlier when he tried to stop a Baron, went down. None the wiser here, but a very quick Baron allows them to then move over and contest this Elder Drake.
Yeah, only refused to... No, he actually smited the chickens over there, so that now he can get some sight around the Elder Dragon. Yeah, the Mendrick special. Chooses not to go for the Elder Dragon, though, because if you take a look at it, it's a little bit too dangerous for them in the current situation. If they had all 5 members up, they could have easily traded the Baron for the Elder Dragon, and that would have actually been quite nice for them because they already have 3 dragons to their name. But now that they chose not to trade it, they could just forfeit it over to the enemy team. So a Baron and also an Elder Dragon, that may spell the start of the end.
That's a game-winning combination right there as Nuova. It looks like they've gotten themselves onto Golpify. Fresh falls down without a second's notice. There are the knockups. Where's the last breath? Waiting for it to happen. Starkles can't seem to get it on to Cheese in the back line, but Jack Attack and only are still alive. Stealthix goes down, but look at the machine gun Rise doing what he can. His Guardian Angel does get prop. Ben Lala wasn't even there, but now the Callista there in full force doing what she can, but Doink's Guardian Angel now pops. Only is the next one to fall, but look at Manlala. So much health, so much damage, so much Ren, but there's Cheese still alive. The Ren goes through, but Doink takes out only. Starkle's the only one left alive. A great hold from Nuovo, but Sin Academy are too damn strong.
They might just want to take out the inhib in this push. You know how to counter the counterplay to Callista, which is to make sure that she gets caught up with CC and die, to make sure that she's not in the fight at all until the very end. And that's exactly what Sin did.
Starkle's in a world of hurt right now, but Doink just flashes on top of him.
Unfortunate for Starkles there. He thought he made it to safety. Not quite. The inhib falls down, and now they might even want to pick up a little bit more change on the map.
And they've got a big minion wave growing in this top. Elder Dragon's still alive on the front end of that one, but 6,000 gold. Sin Academy up right now, and this stacked squad of Nuovo really feeling the pressure.
They're not stopping. Jack Attack is the earliest one who's up, and he has 5 seconds to his name. They might even want to go for a second in him. No, just gets the time.
They are going to play it safe. There's no reason to risk it all now. And Nuova, they caught out the Thresh. Manlala wasn't there, and they lost the fight, Preacher. What does that say about the current state of the game?
It says that Sin Academy, they really know where their focus is. They know that their focus is on Badoink and also on Manlala. If you take a look at Manlala, his ultimate, he didn't even get to use it because, like we said, Golpify, he got caught out long before Manlala even made it. Who cares? He was still in the backline, and when all of your resources are spent, you can't burst down the Callista. You can't burst down a Callista, you're just going to dash around and kill everybody.
This is looking very bad for Nuovo. A big, no, massive minion wave in that bot lane for Sin Academy. They're sending 5 to 8 to that mid. He's got himself the teleport, so he's able to get into the fight anytime he should choose.
This is so hard for Nuovo to defend. A Baron, an Elder Dragon, when you got Fire as your one dragon. Yeah, also the 2 cannons. This is insane. Do we need to say any more? This turret's going to melt.
Yeah, it is. The wind wall doing just that, protecting the team. The hook comes through, only does get hooked in the Tempered Fate, keeping them safe for now. But the Poppy ultimate comes down, it only knocks up Badoink, but it might be what they need. 5 to 8 doing a great job of tanking out Jack Attack on the backline, trying to take out Manlala, but it's not going to matter. Only falls, Thresh falls after. Poppy dies as well. Here comes Badoink, he's found his way back into the fight. Stealthix is still alive, but another inhibitor goes down. Cheese, full health, full mana, full of problems right now. Up Nuovo, line up, Dan. He goes in, goes for the knock-up, a stun. The Rek'Sai goes down. Cheese and Stealthix doing a great job. The flash in from Cheese, but it does get QSS'd, of course, by Manlala.
Oh, and all in all, that was a little bit of miscommunication. Dan Dane says, you know what? I'm OPL material. I can just jump in there and knock people up. didn't quite get what he wanted, but if you take a look at his team, they certainly got what they wanted. They got a bunch of kills, they got a bunch of turrets, and they got an extra inhib down. That is so much pressure on the map. Now they can freely either go to top or not even bother wasting their time and take it straight down the mid.
Look, they have basically the Summoner's Rift is their oyster right now. Currently 27 to 20 kills, an absolute bloodbath of an opening game for both these teams, making their presence known in the OCE. Novo and Sin Academy. Sin Academy looking very, very good, but Doinks Yasuo out of nowhere, surprising us all, making us all wish we were Yasuo mains. But in the top lane, of course, is the last standing inhibitor for Novo. Sin Academy need only to group up there to get the last and final inhibitor.
They could either go for the inhib or they could just win the game. If you take a look, there's really no objectives on the game for Sin to take. Dragon's down, Baron's down, and they're both not going to be up for a long time. Baron just showed his face and said 2 minutes, and that's when I'm up. That is a lot of time to wait. And Sin, they don't have the patience. They don't have the time of day. So it may look like they're just going to all jam the top lane. 5 to 8, he's a little bit behind, he's slugging behind, but he does have teleport, so it's not an issue if they push super hard.
I really like how Sin Academy are playing this. They're playing so safe and calculated. A little bit over aggression before Golpify is able to run out of that one. But Sin Academy, they have majority of their team making their way over here. They are in the correct position, so if the push doesn't go through, they are able to just go back and get the Baron for free.
They don't need to hit, or the hook goes wide, but they don't need to fight if they don't want to fight, because they can just wait for their minions to push up in the mid and bot lane, and eventually the problem will present itself.
Yep, the minions are already on the bottom Nexus tower, so Novo, they're kind of forced to fight here.
Yeah, they have to. They got their backs against the wall, and here it is.
Comes Cheese. He's gone onto the tank, though. I don't know how well it's going to do. The inhibitor does fall. Health bars are flashing. Stealthix does pop the ulti. He's in the fight. There goes Thresh. Dandane very, very low. But 5 to 8 doing what he can. A beautiful tempered fate to keep them at bay. Jack attack. He should be able to take it. Yes or no problem. But Manlala does fall. Stealthix completely untouched. Takes out 5 to 8. Takes out Dandane. He's going and he's trying to do what he can, but a beautiful triple kill for Stealthix.
And if ever they needed something to pull them back into the game, this was it. But it's not the whole story. Oh, they want to take Jack attack.
Jack attack, he's low. There is the last breath from Badoink. Jack attack trying to run out of this one, but I don't know how strong Yasuo thought he was. Now 5 to 8 in a little bit of trouble. Is able to dash over onto the Grump. Starkles was bringing it up the rear, but Badoink, questionable play.
You may see it as a victory to Novo, because that is exactly what they wanted out of that fight, but it also a huge defeat because they lost both of their Nexus turrets for it.
Well, they did too, but Sin Academy are going to lose the Baron out of this one, allowing Novo a brief respite to kind of gather their thoughts, gather their resources, and plan out their next attack here. So, Preacher, being in this scenario, what can Novo realistically do?
Well, now that they've got the Baron, it makes their job a whole lot easier. All they want to do is defend. That's the name of the game. Wait until your inhibs come up. You really don't have a choice to push it to your enemy team, because any of them, if you just look at Badoink, think about it. If you just think about Manlala just going right into the enemy base and backdooring, you've got no way to protect that. It is so hard to play this game right now as Novo. They got to use that Baron buff to their advantage and try and stall this game out until the inhibitors respawn.
It was very, very tricky spot for Novo to be in, but Sin Academy, they've been playing it safe so far, but really not respecting Stealthix, trying to take out Cheese, but he's so damn tanky. And when Siva gets her ricochet across all members of the team, if one ricochet hits, they all hit. The one AD carry that can attack the tanks and still attack the backline.
Yeah, that is just so hard to play against. The other obvious one is Caitlyn, but the one catches Manlala.
Manlala. There is the cocoon. Oh, a little bit early. Teleport is coming through here. They are turning tail and running. 5 to 8 is on top of Stealthix. Golpify doing what he can. Manlala about to get taken out. Teleport does come in from Badoink. He got knocked out. Teleported back in, stun up against the wall. Stealthix still on full health. The AoE is coming down left, right, and center, but this looks like the Novo comeback.
Oh, this might well be the comeback. Now they've aced the enemy team. They might as well go for it. If you take a look at their base, they're trying to hold it as best they can with that ZZ Rock portal, just saying this is a de facto extra minion lane, not to take out yours, but just to defend ours, and they might want to go for this. Take a look at the death time.
Wow.
It's 35 seconds on
They're going
Manlala.
all in. They're trying to end this one, Novo. They've been on the back foot for the last 10 minutes, but this could be it, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the push they needed. The last team fight, completely clean ace. The first Nexus turret goes down. The second one falls, an open Nexus, and no one from Sid Academy to defend. And wow, Novo with team fighting prowess, bring it back and take the victory.
What a back and forward, and final comeback game. I can't get more hype for this series than right
Insane.
now. Yeah, the gold lead, it went forward, then back, then forward, then back. It jumped all the time, and for a moment, it looks like Sin Academy, they really sealed the game because they took 2 inhibitors, they took 3 down at one point, they had a Baron, they had an Elder Dragon, and then 2 team fights from Novo, where they clean ace the enemy team, and they pull it straight back at the very end.
They just couldn't get onto Stealthix. He was such an issue for them towards those last 2 team fights. They tried, but one good spell shield was allowed to negate all the coming CC, and then it was just the Stealthix train. Hit W and auto-attack the Maokai.
And that was so unfortunate there because Manlala, in the middle of the game, it looks like he actually fixed a lot of his issues.
Yeah.
A lot of his issues was he was just getting targeted, prioritized, and blown up before teamfights even started, and he just joined it late. And that seemed to work out really fine for him. Do you remember that one around the mid lane where he was just cleaning up the remnants of a team fight, and he managed to get 2 or 3 for himself? Yeah, that was an amazing sort of play by him. And then he relapsed at the end there where he just wanted to fight at the start. And like we said, Ezreal and Caitlyn, they are the 2 really strong ADCs because they have range. Kalista, she doesn't really have range. With that Frozen Heart slowing her mobility as well as her attack speed, it just made it so hard for him to dash around the
Well,
map.
props to Jack Attack for being able to stun her up at his leisure. That was just such an amazing game. So many back and forward team fights, a ton of objectives taken for either team, and the OCS, they're showing us they know how to give us an entertaining
Yeah,
game.
definitely. You know, we saw a little bit of a delay with the previous game. At the very end, it didn't happen. It looks like they just passed on their energy to this one because, man, I was so hyped.
All right, we're going to chuck it back to Mendrix and Hysterics to try and break down that whopper of a game.
Thank you very much, Rogi and Preacher. And I tell you what, a whopper is a fantastic word for it. That was such an intense game that even the computers couldn't handle it, and they exploded. And I tell you what, I did the same thing as well. If I was a computer, Mendrix, man, my mind would be going crazy because those games right there, they were OPL standard, in my opinion.
To be honest, my mind was blown also. Those team fights were amazing, and it was such a bloody game, as Preacher and Rogi were saying to us there. The amount of kills that went through it was just amazing in terms of the team compositions. You looked at Novo, they seem to have this Sivir Bard combination, this whole idea of going, all right, no worries, we use our Tempered Fate as this sort of like long shot to go lock everyone down. Instantly, Sivir pops her ultimate to let us catch up and then just overwhelm them with that team fight. An amazing part of that as well was the Poppy synergy as well. Afterwards, immediately from the Tempered Fate dropping on through, you had the Poppy ultimate to knock away those threats from the team fight, or to actually just separate the team, making it even easier for them to peel apart. Then you jump across to Sin Academy. They have this team built purely around Yasuo, and boy, did he absolutely
Out
go
of the
off.
blue, I mean, that Yasuo was just crazy because you look at Badoink and you look at his history and it's a bit shady because you don't really, with all the research we've done, we didn't really find much about Badoink. But pulling this Yasuo out after a team comp that really suits him, I think this whole team, Sin Academy, from the start, we're going, we're going to pull this out. We're going to go for Yasuo and we're going to decide that, look, it hasn't been done for a while and it's something that in the past has worked wonders, and it did. Only some small throws coming through in the end that made Novo sort of take advantage, and they knew exactly when to take advantage. Both teams were so on point. That's why I say it was an OPL-style game, because both of these teams, although were making some mistakes, when they knew to capitalize, they did it instantly. And that's when they really made their decisions and followed through. Unlike the first game when we saw both teams sort of the commitment issues coming through, these 2 teams knew exactly what to do, and that's really important, I think, in the OCS, and these might be the 2 strongest teams coming through this competition.
One of the things you also have to look about that, as you mentioned, these guys seem to just make that decision and go with it. even if it is a bad decision, they had no hesitation. That's the good thing about that.
Synergy,
So
that's
if you
right.
look at it in terms of like, we're going for this Baron now. Sure, that allowed Sin Academy to come back into the game. That was a really big turning point that really showed that Sin Academy was in the driver's seat at that point in time. But they followed through with that Baron. They were ready to go for it all the way. An amazing play from Sin. That's what really propelled Yasuo into the rest of the game and caused this massive balance edge and battle between this ebb and flow between these teams. But at the very end, then Novo showed us basically their experience, because Sin Academy was taking advantages early with their global map pressure. They had the Void Rush. They had 2 teleports to 1. But Nuova had amazing rotation, and at the very end, towards the end, where it was actually the final fight, that was because they were able to use their experience with their scaled up Rise and make sure that they protected Stealthix, because she was just able to delete everything afterwards.
Now let's have a quick chat about the summoner spells, because I find that quite interesting that the Yasuo picked up teleport for the, of course, the extra mobility across the map, which in the early game I was quite surprised made well use of it, but didn't pick up the exhaust against Rise. Whereas you see, you saw Cheese, he did pick up the exhaust against Yasuo, pretty standard stuff against AD mid laners. But why the teleport instead?
I think he felt that he could actually handle Rise's burst. And the way you could basically look at that is they're going, it's easier for Yasuo to set up his burst in comparison to him. So that's why Rise was the one that decided to be defensive. I'm going to take my exhaust to make sure that if he does manage to get that last breath onto me, I'm actually going to survive this during the knock-up in that particular point in time. But there was the advantage gained to Yasuo because of that. But that meant when it did come back to them going into those massive team fights where they were always a unit, those teleports just weren't as useful anymore.
He made some of those team fights in the teleports, though, to be fair. But some of them, as we come to late game, weren't as relevant, where he couldn't really get in his position anyway. Bedoing was one of the playmakers of Sin Academy that game, and pretty much almost won it for them. He was in the driver's seat. He almost racked up 20 kills in the end. Why, in the early game, did he go for Phantom Dancer rather than Static Shift? I mean, you got the wave clear against Rise. I guess you always want to push against Rise, but then again, that's kind of hard to do. Phantom Dancer as the first item instead.
So the big thing about Phantom Dancer and Static Shift is they both facilitate 2 different things that you want to do with Yasuo. So if you want to roam, do a lot of extra damage and things, like basically you want to roam around, make sure that you're a nuisance around the map, make your presence known, you want to pick up your Static Shift first, because it lets you get the wave clear, lets you push out the wave, nice, quick and easy. But he wanted to make sure that he remained in lane, make sure he got stronger in team fights. You want to go for that Phantom Dancer because it means you're able to duel better. That means if you do go towards that split push sort of orientated build, because he did have the teleport, meant that it synergized better with that. That's why he chose to go for the Phantom Dancer. Perhaps if he had the exhaust, he'd be going for the Static Shift.
But I guess it does give him that extra mobility, which is something that on the side of Novo Gaming, you've got to give it to them. They may have built a Yasuo comp inadvertently on Sin Academy. But Novo Gaming built a really mobile comp that was really good for picks and also could adapt to those team fights.
You're absolutely right there. And it was purely, again, based off the fact that they had that Sivir and Bard combination. That Tempered Fate allows them to choose and pick the team fights as they need and even disengage. Sin Academy just had so much great engage towards that sort of mid to late game that it ended up being kind of null and avoid until towards a very basically supreme late game, where at that point, that engage was actually being nullified by the extra utility by Nuovo and their experience to choose their team fights properly.
And with 2 teams that were out-rotating each other throughout the game, you've got to give it to them. It was an absolutely fantastic game, and I'm very proud to show the scoreboard coming through here. Ladies and gentlemen, Novo Gaming pick up an incredible game against Sin Academy, but you've got to give props to Sin Academy as well. Both teams fought very valiantly. We come to the last game of the night, which is coming up next. Alpha Sydney versus Legacy Genesis. 2 ex-OCS teams. They're back at it again with the white vans. And I tell you what, my friend, Alpha Sydney, they've changed their lineup a little bit. Legacy Genesis, you know, they've got some of their players, they've changed as well. So we've got to see who is going to be stronger in this split and who is definitely going to make a name for themselves. Mendrix, if it's anything like last game, I'll tell you what, I'm ready.
Oh, I am absolutely ready as well, and I can't wait to see what these teams have brought to us in their break.
Exactly right. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around for the OCS. My name is Jake Asterix Zozipenko. With you is Nathan Mendrix Mendez, and we'll be right back for an epic Game 4 of the night.
And now it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the OCS. My name is Jake Hysterix Ozzypenko. With you is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And after Game 3 there, we're a bit on edge. We're anti-tilt. We are Sin and Novo. Ladies and gents, something crazy happened in that game. And I tell you what, it was players performing at their best. And we just can't get over it.
It was absolutely amazing by both teams, really using their team compositions to their greatest. We're talking about having this amazing engaged utility competitions versus this full out, I'm going to get in your face composition, rounded out by that Yasuo. These guys really know what their players want to play as and how to maximize it.
That's right. And look, if there's any other team that can perform like they did tonight, you've got Alpha Sydney and Legacy Genesis coming up as the last game for tonight. Now, Legacy Genesis do have some more players, I guess you could say, than Alpha Sydney, as we will look at the lineup very, very shortly. We see that Frog is still there. Now, remember, he was named Frogger Dog or Frogger God coming through, so he is one of the remaining people of Alpha Sydney, staying in the top lane. You have Mubu there in the jungle, Ace, you have Remen, and you have John Riggy coming through in the support. Legacy Genesis, however, do have a bit more of an extensive lineup, Mendrix. We do see Kulo, who was from Absolute, coming through. He was the AD carry for Absolute, so he's got a bit of OPL experience on his back. Babib in the same position there in the jungle. Ryoma was a sub for Legacy Genesis, now stepping up. Zami comes through in his AD carry, one of his favorite positions, and Rilapol comes from Abyss White, who didn't actually make it through, actually got relocated through in the OCS. So Rilapol loves a good Brom. Probably going to see that coming through with Zami in that bottom lane. So Legacy Genesis definitely having a more constructive team composition just through their players. See if they can bring that through to their pick and ban phase.
It's just be one of those cases where it's the new faces versus some of the old faces that we have seen in the OCS before. And coming from that, there's nothing to really look at or to look down on. Alpha Sydney does have the guidance from good old Frog, formerly known as Frogger Dog. And the big thing about him, he's so solid in that top lane, really known to use his tanks, also is effective at really using some playmaking carry top laners as well. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of position he seems to take in the current meta. So, certain things are beginning to change. Suddenly, Echo's been shaved back, Maokai's been shaved back, although Maokai was amazing in the previous game before, so still showing that very strong in the top lane still.
That's right, and I guess it all comes down to team composition in the end. Like we saw last game, whether it's a mobile style or whether it's a really hard engage based around one champion, and probably not going to see Yasuo again. Let's be honest, Yasuo was fantastic, but whether it was a one trick or coming through as something that just worked in the right situation, I think we're still definitely going to see that Vladimir and Swain picked or banned in this game.
Absolutely. Those guys are picking bans at the moment purely because of the amount of sustain they can do.
Yeah.
Before, in the previous game that we had between Reload and Exile, they were focused down extremely well, so they played that well. But the thing is that maybe that might not happen this time around. Maybe these guys will actually be able to actually have these extended team fights that they seem to thrive in and really take it to them.
And extended team fights is what we got last game as well. So as we do jump in quite shortly into Legacy Genesis and Alpha Sydney, I'm quite curious to see if Legacy Genesis start this split off as strong as they did last time, but consistently see it through. Legacy Genesis, as you all know, last split was absolutely huge. Zami and Zeppa down in the bottom lane, remembering that Rilapol comes in off the back of Abyss White and actually replaces Zeppa coming through. If they can do what they did last split and continue it throughout, keep their synergy, then they've definitely got a chance to go to the OPL, to go into the relegations. But if they can't, it's going to happen like it did last time. A strong start, but a weak finish.
And that's exactly what this game is about. League of Legends is one about adaptability and consistency. If you're unable to adapt and remain consistent in your gameplay, you can't really take it to, you can't really get to that point where you can say, I am a professional player, I am able to adjust to the meta as it happens, but still maintain the same level of play as I did with the new champions as they come in.
Let's see what they can do. Ladies and gentlemen, Legacy Genesis versus Alpha Sydney, the last game of the night. We're going to jump over to Rogi and Preacher to take you through.
Thanks so much, Hysterics. We're back here after what was an explosive game number 3 of the first week split to OCS and Preacher. Right now, though, we've got Alpha Sydney and Legacy Genesis, 2 of the continual OCS teams coming into this one. Which team do you think might have the edge coming into this game?
Well, it's really hard to say because, once again, we haven't really seen any of these teams play. This is our first week. We don't know really where they rank within each other. But what we can assume is the continuity of the teams. You got Alpha Sydney. Most of their players have left for other sides. You got a few players sticking around. You got Willara sticking around. But besides that, everybody else has already left. On the other side, for Legacy Genesis, most of them have stayed around. So the core infrastructure of their team has sticked around for them. They still have all the strategies intact. How we were talking about previously, if you let go of a lot of your players and you bring a whole lot of new ones on, then you say we can mold them into whatever really we want. The old ones, though, they keep a foundation. And if the foundation works, don't change it.
That's a fair point. And jumping into the pick and ban phase, ladies and gentlemen, straight away we can see Trundle and Rise being taken away from this one. We saw Cheese on Rise last game, just opening up a clinic and destroying anyone who was foolish enough to get in his firing line.
That Rise was absolutely amazing because that Rise normally doesn't do too well in the early game, but into a Yasuo who early doesn't do as well as you would expect either. He managed to really push that edge out towards his favor. Late game became that machine gun, just throwing it all out, and we're not going to see that, Vlado.
Yeah, Vladimir and Swain, no really surprises here as they are both very, very good champions in their respective positions, and in this current meta, it is too hard to deal with them, so going to be expecting them to be banned for quite some time before Riot decide to fix them up a tad.
Oh, most certainly, yeah. You see the Swain, he has all of that sustain, but he needs to get to level 6. What's the other equivalent? Vlad, he has that sustain before level 6. He pushes out the lanes like no other, and it really is just hard to play against. So with both of those off, not really much of a surprise. Hopefully we should see a lot of normalcy in the game.
See the Rek'Sai rather being taken away from the ban list here, so in a while since I've seen Rek'Sai on that ban list, it's usually the Kindred, Graves, or Nidalee, but after Nidalee did get a little bit of a nerf, Kindred also got a touch up here and there. Those two high priority picks haven't been so high up on the list anymore, and Lucian, despite 6.11, gets taken away here.
Maybe saw Blinky playing
That's
Lucian and said, you know what, maybe he doesn't have that early game anymore, but that boy sure can dance still, so taking that off may be best for everybody involved. Taking a look at the Rek'Sai ban, though, really important that we bring this up because dragons are so essential in the meta right now. You want to get pretty much every single one, even the Cloud one, the one that we like to really rip on and say you're not really like the others. You still want him because it's better to have him than to not. Gank bot lane, regen all of that health from your passive, and then take out the dragon, taking that off the list.
So a champion that did see quite a few nerfs in this most recent patch is Azir. The Emperor's Divide got basically cut in half at max rank down to 3 at all ranks, and Arise also not being able to be targeted on towers anymore. So bit of a surprise here, but still has the same utility in and damage as well.
Yeah, it was a really gutting all-round change to Azir. The ultimate got nerfed, the W got nerfed, the ultimate got nerfed in a different way in the sense that you can't move through it and get some movement speed anymore for your team. And also Stinger got changed so that it's a really hard build path now for Azir to play, but still Legacy, they prioritize the champ. He still does exactly what he did before, just a little bit harder.
And we see on the side of Alpha City, they pick up that Caitlyn. And of course, a Kindred. We mentioned just a bit earlier just how good Kindred is at securing those buffs after having the Blood Razor now back into the mix, allowed to hit that power spike just a little bit earlier. But keep in mind, guys, they did change the way that Kindred's marks spawn on the monster, so a little bit more predictability in the pattern here.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's more predictable for you and also for the enemy, but that's not too much of a bad thing because it prioritizes really easy camps. It doesn't go ridiculous, say, hey, it's 20 minutes, go get a Baron, you know? Now you can really stack up the Scuttle Crabs, stack it up in your own jungle, and it's not quite as hard to play.
And on the side of Legacy Genesis, they're going to round out that bot lane with, of course, Bard, who we saw doing work last game. Those Tempered Fates constantly catching out Manlala and the Ezreal in the hands of Zami.
Well, we said Ezreal and Caitlyn, they were the two ADCs to watch out for, and surely we just see it in the game right now. Caitlyn being locked in first, Ezreal being the natural choice to counter that. Ezreal has an easy time against Caitlyn in the lane because the Mystic Shot is 1,000 range compared to Caitlyn's 650. He should be able to hit those no problem at all. Stack up that tier, still the same build as usual. Caitlyn, on the other hand, wants to fight for the late game.
And the king of control mages once again is Victor, reigning supreme right now, getting locked in here for Ace, and seeing Alistar against Bard, though. It's always an uphill battle.
Yeah, it definitely is. Bard can really lock you up pretty much whichever angle you choose to attack him from. Although, if you take a look at the team comp, it is definitely needed because without him, there is a significant lack of engage. So not a terrible pick all around. You've essentially got a mini Malphite ult on about a 12-second cooldown. Nobody can complain about that. Really nice pickup. All in all, just will be tough to lane with.
It's a fair call, and we see rounding out the draft of Legacy Genesis will be that Lee Sin in the jungle. So a lot of currently top-tier junglers have been taken away, and of course, sort of Alpha Sydney got themselves that Kindred. Now, the Gnar pickup here. So Gnar, it has been a counter pick into Maokai before, so we'll be seeing that here again today, and Maokai did receive a few nerfs on 6.11, so maybe this Gnar can stand toe-to-toe.
He might want to. Yeah, this is definitely a scaling lane. They don't necessarily want to do anything early. At best, Gnar's just going to be a nuisance and poke out little bits of damage on the Maokai. Not too much, though, because Gnar doesn't have mana. So he'll be spamming out that boomerang really, really fast and really often. Maokai should be able to sustain not a huge problem if he manages to dodge enough of them. But otherwise, yeah, the Lee Sin is really crucial in this pick because what they want to say is you picked an early jungler who has a lot of pressure, not by necessarily locking down your enemy, but just by dishing out so much damage and, you know, killing them before they can escape. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to pick up a lead.
A great point that Rusty pointed out to me a week ago in this matchup is Lee Sin can just boot the Kindred out of her ult whenever she's low enough. He just goes, get out of there, I'll finish you off with a resonating strike. Just the execute damage should be enough before the heal comes through. So it will be interesting to see how they team fight around knowing that one swift dragon kick from Lee Sin will be enough to completely void that ultimate for one unlucky person.
And I quite like how Lee Sin's role has changed from being that one person who engages from behind the enemy team, kicking somebody back into your own team, necessarily one of the mid laners or the ADCs, all the way to just to counter to Kindred, to make sure that if somebody is low and Kindred saves them, they didn't really save them in the end.
No, just booting them straight out of there. And remember, they do have that Victor as well, who provides so much control. It's so hard to be able to get in past that gravity field and the lane control that he brings. So the side of Legacy Genesis, they really have an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, they do. I don't really think that it's necessarily going to be a huge problem because Azir, like we said, did get hit in a lot of ways. Although it's really either to his level 6 or to when he's split pushing or pushing with the main squad. Either way, it's not necessarily going to be a huge problem that we see in lane. So hopefully it should still be more or less the same as Azir that we used to know dominating that lane. But hey, if anybody can go toe-to-toe with him, it is a Victor.
That's a great point to mention. Of course, the bot lane, as we predicted, it should be the Ezreal and the Caitlyn, unless, of course, these teams have some preference to maybe the Kalista, which we saw earlier today. But Caitlyn, when she gets behind those traps, aren't really as effective as when you're laying that siege line.
Yeah, exactly. One of the huge changes to her traps was the fact that now they give more scaling than usual on her headshot if anybody decides to step on it. And another cool thing that they did to the traps is the fact that you can't just take out all of them in a row. You know, if you take out one, then you get a debuff on you where you can't step on another one for a little while. Yeah, and that's actually quite effective because it means it gives her enough time to set out that line again as soon as it's broken.
Of course, Legacy Genesis, they are the sister team of Legacy, one of the top OPL teams, showing us just how well they can play the game. Let's see if they've spent some time giving their sister team, the OCS team, some love. Let's see if Legacy Genesis can show us what that OPL brethren can do. And of course, on the side of Alpha Sydney, a very strong draft looking to show that they mean business.
Yep, right now it's just going to be lines of scrimmage. Nobody wants to waste any wards. Nobody wants the enemy invading them. So everybody knows where everybody else is, more or less. Nobody's going to step over that line.
And of course, it wouldn't be OCS without a few little pauses here, and they're going to have to look at us just a little bit longer before we get that game underway. But a great game, to say the least. Looks like people were setting up for the standard lanes. Always interesting to see, especially playing that Alistar into Bard. Does have that engage over the Bard once before the Tempered Fate is unlocked, but he's really going to suffer a lot of poke. Thankfully, the Triumphant Roar does give him that little edge in terms of sustain.
We've seen the rise of all of these caster supports, but one person who militantly defends the previous meta, you know, the tank meta, such as Braum and Alistar, is Monte Cristo, and he said at MSI, really the biggest problem with that was nobody was picking them. Literally, if you pick them, then you could still do the same things to the caster supports as before. You can still tower dive 4v2, and it's not a problem because you've got a huge meat shield tanking up the turrets, except now, maybe that's what they want to do if they wish to take it to them early.
Well, John Riggy, still a believer in that Alistar. Let's see if he can prove us all wrong today and make Reelapol regret not picking himself up the Braum.
He definitely should be regretting that if they decide to go for the 4v2 tower dive. It's all on the ifs and buts compared to the situation, and see if anything changes. Maybe that'll change the minds of the players. Who knows? Anything is up for stocks.
Looks like we will be seeing a lane swap, though, being instigated, of course, by Legacy, Genesis, Zami, and Reelapol, making their way up there. Both teams do know this by the look of it, as Frog is just hanging around Mubu. But cheeky invade from Zami and Reelapol here, trying to get a little bit of early damage down, but smart by Frog and Mubu. Not going to start that red buff.
Yeah, but here's one of the problems of what Legacy forced Alpha Sydney to do. Like you mentioned in the previous game, a huge change to the jungle item is that it now gives full experience to whoever kills it, regardless of anybody who's standing nearby, regardless of anybody who assisted on killing it. So you can't really double jungle anymore. And that's going to be so painful coming in for both Frog and Mubu if they are forced to do so.
Well, they definitely don't want that Maokai just sitting in lane against Frog's Gnar. So Legacy, bit fearful of that one, but Babib and Kulo making their way over to the Raptor camp, where Ryoma just able to poke that one up. One more proc does get the Thunderlord, so keeping Ace under his tower for now.
That Thunderlords is not insignificant. If you take a look at Ace, he's already down to about 2/3 of his health. Keep on doing that combo, and sooner or later he'll be dead, right? That's how maths goes. But if you take a look, it looks like Mubu and Frog, they're going to retaliate this red steel with one of their own. So overall, nothing really big has happened on the map, just trading away buffs.
Well, Babib and Kulo definitely the faster out of these two jungle duos here. Going to be getting to that tower a little bit earlier than the duo of Alpha Sydney. So they should be able to get this tower down a bit quicker.
Not only are they faster, it was also a much safer clear for them, because Lee Sin, he mashes all of his buttons. He's got double activates on all of them. Maokai, he heals up so much with that from his passive. So they managed to not only clear it faster, but also come out with more health. If Alpha Sydney decide to retaliate, they will have to do it reactively on the back foot, and they will be slower for it.
Well, looks like Mubu has made his way down to join up with Frog, John, and Ramon to take that one out. So Legacy Genesis actually, despite having a faster jungle clear, might be getting this one second. Not that it really matters. At the end of the day, both teams are going to be giving their gold across to their top laners, allowing these guys to get that solo gold. Always good, especially when you've been forced to do nothing but help your jungler jungle. But look at this, the Mountain Dragon being taken very early by Alpha Sydney.
Yeah, and despite the fact that it was instigated by Legacy Genesis, they actually lose out on the map pressure. They lose out on a Mountain Dragon, which is actually really bad for them, because right now, the aim of the game, especially early on, is to push down as many turrets as you can. That Mountain's going to help you so much with that. Also, with the counter jungling, it's going to help out even more, because you do true damage. You do more damage towards the jungle camps as well. It's just all around so punishing in the current setup.
Well, let's see how they make good use of this, because it's going to be on the back of them now to catch up as Legacy, getting themselves a little bit of gold lead, as Kulo has been allowed free time in this top lane, keeping the wave just where he wants it. So Alpha Sydney actually sending 3 members top here. Looks like they just want to keep this push going with the Mountain Dragon in their back pocket.
They most certainly can, because Frog is range. Ramon has one of the longest ranges in the game. I don't think it's going to be very easy for Kulo to stay, but Ace,
he gets taken a little bit low here. Not in any kill threat just yet. Babib just making his presence known. Meanwhile, Ryoma just poking away with those Sand Soldiers.
Yep, that's exactly what Ryoma wants to do. Once
Good
he hits
teleport.
level 6, though, that's going to be the difference. Yeah, that teleport actually saved that minion for a little bit longer. So all in all, they have more minions for the push. It's the little things that count in life, Rogan.
Here comes the squad. Both teams just doing this 4v0 laning phase right now. Legacy Genesis and Alpha Sydney going to be getting themselves to another tower apiece here. Looks like they won't be just giving this gold over solo, unless Zami does a 180 out of there. No, they'll be sharing that one away, but very low minions for Alpha Sydney. They're going to have to really make an effort to take down this tower in time.
Yeah, and it was actually quite strange, because Alpha Sydney got the first Mountain Dragon. You would imagine that they would be the faster team to take down the tower. But no, Legacy's not backing out.
No,
They're playing a game of chicken.
Bluff. They knew that it took that extra little bit of time of Alpha Sydney, and you mentioned it's just the little things that count. Maybe they're going to be able to get substantial damage on this bot lane in a tower, really getting it down to about a third HP. They might even take it. No one from Alpha Sydney is there to answer. Legacy Genesis with a ballsy play, just go all in and try their darndest to take out this tower, and it's going to fall full gold as well over to Kulo.
Ooh. What an advantage that is to Legacy Genesis. They go over a Dragon.
No, and straight after that, they go in for Ace. There is Babib, not level 6 just yet, not able to get the ultimate, so Ace survives. But it's going to be there is Zami on the right side, out of nowhere. You got to remember the whole team was there. Mubu cues in, just gets locked up by Kulo. Luckily that John was there to keep him safe.
Wow, what a play from Zami. Instead of joining his team regularly, he actually flanked from the side. You never expect to get flanked by an ADC, so that was just so surprising for Ace. Takes him down for the first blood, and they're not stopping. Not only do they have the tower advantage, they want even more.
Well, Legacy Genesis are just completely taking control of the map right now, making their presence known across the map. Top lane, bot lane, and finally in the mid lane, already off to a 2,000 gold advantage. It's 7 minutes in.
Look at those numbers. That's absolutely insane to play against, and what a team that was starting this 4v0 lane swap meta. They actually did this so well because they lost out on the Mountain Drake. They said, we're going to push the top side instead of the bot side, and that was a risky play. But because they forced Alpha Sydney on the back foot this whole time, they've managed to take the advantage.
What an explosive game already. Legacy Genesis doing a great job. We see Mubu. He's going to be donating his blue buff over to Ace, so he will have a little bit of an easier time keeping Ryoma's Azir at bay. So Ace has got to be careful though. No flash available. Emperor's Divide nearly off cooldown, and we've seen Ryoma. He likes to go aggressive here on this Victor. Push him back from behind his tower, and Babib already gone twice in mid, but look at this Legacy Genesis squad roaming as a unit, Babib and Relapol.
Yeah, it may look like a 1v1 in the top side, but rest assured, it's nothing but a 1v1 because everybody's coming up top. It's going to be such a huge push onto Frog. Frog doesn't really have any items. Take a look at his inventory. All he has is a Ruby Crystal. I don't think he can do this, especially not into 2.
Oh, here comes Ramon to help out with that. A lot of minions there. Round the side, Mubu also. So, Froggy just finding a really difficult time. Meanwhile, Kulo in the bot lane just getting free farm.
Yeah, this is just setting Legacy so far ahead because Alpha Sydney is reacting to everything. They're not being proactive. They're not on the front foot here. Everything that they're doing is always reacting to Legacy Genesis, and Legacy know that they have the advantage. So they pick up the little advantages, pushing a little bit faster, giving a little bit more farm to Kulo. That all adds up in the long run.
Yep. Frog, he was able to go back, turn that Ruby Crystal into a Phage, but already Kulo has the makings of a Frozen Heart. Relapol and Zami just making their presence known in this top lane, and not too much else happening just yet. We've seemed to slow down for a bit. The Legacy Genesis, they've really carved themselves out a nice advantage already.
Yeah, this advantage is going to really stick to them because even if they lose a team fight now, their gold is a nice little padding that just allows them to stay relevant. If you take a look at Ezreal, he managed to pick up that tier on the first back as soon as they took down that first turret. So he's been stacking this ever since then, and he's going to get this Muramana so quickly compared to the power spike of Ramon and Caitlyn. That Caitlyn is going to take forever to scale. Albeit he got the cull beforehand, it's not quite enough to compensate.
Relapol still level 4, would have been able to make some nice plays here should that Tempered Fate have been available. 10 seconds on the Dragon there, Ryoma making his way over. Has a few wards left in his back pocket. Should he want to be able to get some vision down on that one. Just going to settle for the Raptor camp.
The Luch special.
Yeah, taking farm wherever he can get it. Doesn't take any damage at all. Got a blue buff also to his name. Ace on the other side of that one. Just farming up a Storm, trying to max out that Hex core as quickly as he can.
Yeah, that's exactly what Victor wants to do. Both of these mid laners just want to farm, but it looks like the bottom lane of Alpha Sydney have come for a party.
It looks like a second Mountain Drake of the game has officially spawned, so let's see if Alpha Sydney valued that one and start setting up for it. If Legacy Genesis, they've been playing the map so well so far, taking out all those structures, they might want to make that a little bit easier. Like getting themselves up, but here comes Ryoma. Ace just gets obliterated. One more proc from the ulti should do it. Ryoma gets ignited. That's going to be a free kill for Ramon, who's forced to flash over the wall. No flash available. Has to use the heal, but that's 3 members of Legacy just barreling down. The teleport, here comes Frog. Nars 2 members into the wall, but Zami is already on the back foot of that one. Moo has come in, but it's a 3v4, and John Ridgie gets stunned up, but he's still alive. Lamb's respite keeping his whole team safe. His health bar is blinking right now.
Yeah, he moves at the very last second, saves his life, but his team still lose that team fight, and Legacy, very healthy, might want to get a turret out of this one.
Yeah, doing a great job. Ryoma's aggression unparalleled right now, a 1 for 2. Still about 2,000 gold in the lead are Legacy Genesis. 3 kills for 1, but they're looking to get themselves that first Mountain Drake of the game. Relapole just going to be warding deep in that jungle, of course. Babib helping him out there. Might be looking for someone here as Moo. He doesn't have the ultimate left anymore. Babib should just be able to get this one. Flashes over the wall. The stun from Caitlyn enough to keep Babib at bay.
That was a lot of damage onto Mubu, and now that the jungler of Alpha Sydney has been forced out, they can take this with relative ease. And it's very important that you deny 3 Mountain Drakes for the enemy team. You might be thinking, Infernal, you want to deny 3 of those because that's just so much AD and AP. But Mountain Drake, if you get 3 of them in a row, that more or less guarantees a free Baron, because if you push him off for even 10 seconds, it's all yours.
It all helps at the end of the day, as Mubu always going to be a big threat once he's finished up. Of course, the Blood Razor here, where Babib only has that execute damage from the Smite and the Q proc. Zami's a little bit far up, but John Ridgie still only a level 5 Alistar, so no fear just yet. Kulo, though, he's looking around.
Yeah, he just wants to pick up whatever he can around the map, maybe even steal away this this blue buff for his team. Should be a nice little deny over to Alpha Sydney. Alpha Sydney are not on the enemy side of the map.
Zami gets himself a blue buff here, of course. Denying that one from Ace. So 5 members in the mid lane for Legacy Genesis. Really want to make their presence known. Take down this mid lane tower. They've got themselves a Mountain Drake now, so should fall a little bit easier. Remember, Ryoma can't actually cast a Rise on top of this tower.
It doesn't even matter, because when you have the numbers advantage like they do, Frog and Ramon are both on the side lanes.
No teleport.
It just falls down straight away for your team. With that Mountain Drake, like you said, in their back pocket, they're doing true damage to that turret. They're taking it down with relative ease, and now the complete first line has fallen for Alpha Sydney.
Well,
no.
Kulo does lack in the CS. He's making up for with the global gold here. Frog might have to be a little bit careful, as Babib is close by, just taking himself out that scuttle crab. But everyone from Alpha City, they're just answering the call that Legacy are doing, but it's always a little bit too late. Grouping up for this top side, but Zami's just getting a free lane.
Not only is he getting free CS, he's also getting free stacks on his tier, because it's even...
No.
Kulo?
He might be in a little bit of trouble here. Forced to go in. The Tempered Fate comes out, locks up 2 members. 1 Kulo, 1 Ridgie. Babib there to keep him safe as well.
And in the end, it saves his life. So, you know, all in all, I'd say that that was pretty much worth, because he was about to die in what was essentially an unfair fight. And that Bard ultimate brings him to safety, allows his team to get to his side, and it wasn't a bad trade.
Yep. 15 minutes in the game. Legacy Genesis currently 3-1 up in kills. 3,000 gold in the lead, so a steady increase for Legacy Genesis right now. 4 towers to 2. And getting himself that blue buff is Ryoma. Donated very kindly by the lovely Babib.
It actually looks like Legacy Genesis is going to be the first team the entire night to pay attention to the Rift Herald, because they're moving around here. They've already pinged here.
A lot of gold invested in there. 2 pink wards on it, actually.
Yeah, most definitely. Those 2 pink wards, they're actually pretty useful, because they cover a large area and they more or less guarantee that the enemy have not moved within it. Very strategic location. I don't have a problem with them.
See Zami and Relapole making their way back to that mid lane. These 2 have just been roaming around the map. We saw Zami pushing out bot. Now he's pushing out top. So once again, Alpha Sydney left scratching their heads, trying to decide where they want to send their remaining team members. Looks like Ridgie, he knows a potential dive coming in the top lane.
It's warded though.
Yep. Zami is no fool. Qs every bush regardless of if water is there or not.
I actually think the better thing to do in that condition is to not give away the fact
Play
that you
dumb?
know. Yeah, play dumb, and maybe you can do something with that advantage. But no, Legacy, first team in the night, to actually pay attention to Rift Herald. They will take this fairly easily.
See who they're going to give it across to. Zami
Zami?
might be the benefactor of that one. So Ezreal split push Let's see just how effective it is. He's been doing that for most of the game. Frog does get the nice ward down, but his Gnar bar is running out.
Not necessarily as crazy as a split push for Zami, but even then, one of the core parts of Ezreal's gameplay is he shifts back pretty much in every single team fight. The first one is always used to shift backwards. Other ones to catch up can be used later on. But as soon as you shift back, you're isolated from your team, so you do get that 5% damage reduction. And like we said, they're very small numbers, but everything adds up in the long run.
Every time I look over, it seems someone in Legacy has got a free lane, and this time it's going to be given over to Kulo, just doing work in that bot lane, allowed to get farmed at his leisure. Alpha Sydney still roaming around as a group of 3, trying to find out where Legacy Genesis are going to strike next.
It is actually quite interesting to see Kulo over on a lane again, because we didn't actually pay that much attention to Frog. We sort of let him slip our eye and just sort of hang around in the peripheral, but he's actually managed to find himself a very sustainable lane, and he's been farming up all this time. He's actually ahead of his lane opponent.
Babib gets the Q. Just a warning shot, though, as Mubu has to respect the damage that Babib has. Got himself that Warrior's Enchant as well as a Hex Drinker and Boots of Swiftness here.
Yep. Ramon just wanting to farm up, find a side lane for himself.
Yes, Cull still not completed just yet. Should get it after this wave. No, he's going to be one shot. No, he's got 3 left.
If he gets them.
Yeah, true. That way he's got himself his Runa. This shouldn't be too hard. Hey, Cull completed. 350 bonus gold on top of the amazing stats that Cull gives.
It's very satisfying when the 350 pop up and you know that you've been farming right in the game.
Yep. 4 members of Legacy Genesis moving to that mid lane. So this is where the fight will start. Alpha Sydney, appreciate that. Very small trap line set up. Kulo takes a headshot.
Not too much going to happen here. Legacy do not have the resources to push down this turret. It's spread mainly between the mid and also the top side. Obviously, Zami in the top side. I ridiculed him for split pushing, but hey, guess what? He got the buff and he's split pushing.
Oh no, Kulo in a little bit of trouble, but a beautiful Tempered Fate out of Relapol keeps him safe. And on the back of that, Ryoma was able to steal away the blue buff of Alpha Sydney, so really just choking them out of all their resources right now. And now it's Babib in the bot lane. Everyone taking a turn at split pushing duty. The 3rd Mountain Drake of the game has spawned here.
You can't really afford to be off in the side lane, especially if you're one of the junglers in this game, because the dragon just spawned, and it looks like because of that bad positioning, Alpha Sydney is going to pick this one up. That's going to be 2 Mountain Drakes in this game.
This is what happens when your split pusher doesn't have a teleport, and the enemies does, so Frog with a teleport available. Legacy know that they can't force a fight here. It will be a 4v5, so reluctantly they have to surrender the 3rd dragon over to Alpha Sydney, who pick themselves up the 2nd mountain of the game.
Yeah, if you take a look over to how this game is standing, Legacy have taken more turrets, but Alpha Sydney have got 2 dragons, which means that there is more freestanding gold on the map for them to take if they choose to push down any of the lanes that are not being defended. Another huge thing to factor in is the fact that Caitlyn takes so long to scale. If given enough time, Alpha Sydney still have a very significant amount of damage to output against their enemy team. Kulo, though, maybe want to steal this away.
He gets the little one, but Frog should have no trouble securing the big one here. As we see Mubu having no trouble getting himself his own red buff. Also a ward for his trouble, but Relapol and Babib making their way up through the jungle. And Babib has been relentless, currently sitting on 2-0-2. Now has himself that sight stone that every Lee Sin loves.
Lee Sin uses his Sightstone much better than he uses the upgrade to his jungle item for the smite, because he gets 3 instead of 2. It's more jump, it's more health, which means you're going to be in the middle of the enemy team, even if you are a damage dealer. So you want to be able to survive it as quick as I can.
20
Legacy.
minutes on the dot. Legacy Genesis going for this Baron. Alpha Sydney, they get the vision down, but can they do anything about it?
Time.
1,000 health left, they get it. The Tempered Fate keeps them at bay, and John Ridgie just has to run away.
That is the strongest cheese I've ever smelled, because, wow, 20 minutes, like you said, on the clock, they go for it, and who really expects it at that time? Alpha Sydney, they had some sort of suspicion. They said, yeah, they put a ward down, but even though they were in the mid lane, ready to rotate to that Baron, it was taken down before they could. And unfortunately, Legacy Genesis, they sneak it from right under Alpha Sydney's eyes.
Yeah, Legacy Genesis have just been playing this map incredibly well from start to finish. Every decision they're making seems to be a right one. Ryoma, he's got himself that finished Nash's Tooth as well as the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so the damage that he will be outputting will be off the chains right now compared to poor Ace, currently sitting 0-3, only got himself a completed Hex Core and some boots to his name.
Yeah, and this build really sort of shifts our expectations of Azir, because before...
got Trinity Force.
Ooh, that Trinity Force, that brand new Trinity Force, it does give 20% CDR.
Oh, Ace gets destroyed. Ooh. That's just a few Sand Soldiers here. Ryoma just absolutely asserting dominance over this lane.
Zami doesn't have ultimate, can't snipe him down. But yeah, that 20% CDR, I guess when you pass the buck over to your mid laner to be the one who slows everybody down, you can afford to get more damage out. The new and reworked Trinity Force gives more attack speed. And even though Ezreal is mainly an AD caster who builds a lot of AD...
Doesn't need that crit though.
Yeah, he doesn't need that crit. But that attack speed can really come in handy, because it means you can weave in 2 auto attacks between every Q.
Ryoma is single-handedly controlling 4 members of Alpha Sydney here. Look at the damage at 3 pokes, 8 down to half health. The rest of Legacy Genesis come around, help him take out that tower in the mid lane. Where will they set their sights on next? Looks like the top lane.
Yeah, and the story of this game is just Alpha Sydney being that little bit too slow on every single rotation. At the start, it wasn't too much of a problem because they still managed to pick up 1 for 1, but now they're significantly lagging behind, and they might even lose 2 tires for essentially nothing here.
Oh, the noose is tightening right now on Alpha Sydney, and Legacy Genesis are just controlling the map time and time again, forcing Alpha Sydney to answer their call, but they're not doing a great job at 3 soldiers just shifting
mid lane
towards them. Such a fearful thing. Frog might have been caught out here. Babib and Kulo trying their best, but now Babib in a little bit of trouble. Dodges the headbutt pole with a very slick safeguard.
That was awesome to watch. He just sort of slid right out of there. Yeah, one side to the other, and Alistar missed.
Ace, is this deja vu? Just gets knocked into the entire team. The Chaos Storm doing work on the back of that, but unfortunately the Lambs respite a little bit too late to save the victor, and a free inhibitor for Legacy Genesis.
Ace has been focused over and over and over again. He has 4 deaths to his name, and that mid lane is being pushed so hard. We don't really notice it as a camp because it's not really from just the jungler. It's from the entire team. When they're rotating to the mid lane, Ace is always that little bit too slow on the memo, and he gets caught up every single time. That he lost turrets for it before, which, while bad, was not the worst case scenario. This is more or less the worst case scenario because now he's lost an inhib for it.
Yeah, Ryoma using that Emperor's Divide of less of a zoning tool and more of an initiation, constantly Azir sacking the players right back in to the middle of the fight. Ace having no choice but to ride the hype train. Not very hypey for him, but I'm sure Ryoma is feeling well about that one. Everyone's starting to complete some of their core items here. 24 minutes in the game. Legacy Genesis, 9,000 gold in the lead. 7 towers to 2, only 5 kills as well. This team just showing us that you don't need a bunch of kills to be flashy. We saw the last game, it was a bloodbath, but Legacy Genesis, they love these calculated games here.
It's all macro here. They're rotating leagues and bounds above their enemy, and now Kuro, they might want to do this.
I don't know, Kulo might be in a little bit of trouble. Does get Nard into the war. Frog in a fully Nard form. Kulo's ulti doesn't look like it's doing that much. Gets stunned out of it. The 1v1 here. Can Frog do it? Kulo flashes the boulder, but Mini Nard will be coming through here soon, and both of them choose to run tail between their legs and lick their wounds.
Yeah, but while they do that, look at the bottom side.
Well, Legacy, they don't do anything without a plan, and the plan was the bot lane tower mid inhibitor pushing through as the super minions are flooding down the gates. 3 to 4 members of Legacy Genesis just hanging around here. The trap line, it's great, but I don't know just how long it's going to last.
And it was really smart of Kulo to be distracting Frog, because Frog was the one saving grace. If you jump in with a Nart, and even if you don't hit anybody into a wall, if you just knock it back into your team,
a beautiful Tempered Fate on 2 of the core members there. A nice ulti hitting 4 members out of Ace. The team fight is well and truly in effect. Kulo tanking what he can, but he's getting taken very, very low. Walks back into the Chaos Storm, actually. But Ryoma takes out the Alistar. No troubles there as Ace also falls on the back of that one. All 5 members of Legacy are alive. looking for their second inhibitor of the game, potentially even the game themselves, as they've got their attention set.
It's 15
onto
seconds.
This first Nexus tower. Ramon gets taken very low. A few steps, one more should do it. Force the heal out of this, and that's one Nexus tower. One more stands.
5.
The minion wave is getting low. 5 seconds left on John and Legacy are forced to back away.
No, in the end, they take one turret and also another inhib. You might just say, no, they didn't win the game, but hey, it's still an inhib and a Nexus turret. They can always come back to revisit it later, and it is so much pressure that Alpha Sydney at this moment with their gold scaling cannot deal with. The Caitlyn only barely got her Runans right now, so he cannot clear this wave fast enough. They're going to get this Cloud Drake. Not too much of a priority, but Baron in 1 minute, that most certainly is.
This is looking phenomenal for Legacy Genesis, showing us just how well a team can execute macro games at OCS level of play. Currently, 48,000 gold to 47, nearly 12,000 gold in the lead, doing an impeccable job from start to finish. Calling the bluff on that bot tower, pushing down the mid as a massive wave as Ryoma flexes for us a little bit in the mid lane with only one inhibitor left alive from Alpha Sydney. Legacy's game plan is quite clear.
Yeah, and Legacy have just been playing so cool and level-headed. They haven't really fought anything unless they knew they had the clear advantage. And when they didn't have the clear advantage for a fight, all they did was rotate and push. They didn't take anything they didn't need to, and yeah, it is just so level-headed, so cool and smart thinking of them, and they've just managed to secure very small advantages, which in turn snowball and add up to huge ones.
4 members of Alpha Sydney are positioned around this red buff, knowing that the Baron could potentially be Legacy's next focal point here, only leaving Frog all the way at home to try and defend against 2 inhibitors. And Nars a strong champion, but I don't know how well he's going to do, so looks like Legacy Genesis have started the Baron.
Yep, once again, Alpha Sydney got vision on it, but is this the same story as last time? Too little, too late?
From Real Pole. Mubu, he gets completely shut down by the Tempered Fate. No way to answer for that one. Ace does lay down a good bit of hurt onto Legacy Genesis, but at what cost? The super minions are making their way through, flooding the base right now, and a huge minion wave in the top, allowing for Legacy Genesis to get their push on.
Everybody from Alpha Sydney was pinging their base saying, look, we got to fall back and we got to defend this. That is the wrong plan, because now Legacy Genesis, they're pushing with a Baron as a 5-man all the way in the top side.
Banner Command as well.
Banner of Command. If they choose to take this turret, I don't think there's anything that's really stopping them. Even a perfectly engaged, perfectly executed engage may not work necessarily.
No, time is running out for the Alpha Sydney squad as Mubu does get completely destroyed. No Lamb's Respite available for him to use. Frog, the next one to fall, gets a 5-man none. Not going to be enough as here comes Ryoma. Pushes Ramon back into it, and this should be game. A double kill, a triple kill for the likes of Zami. He's looking for the quadra kill. The minions are already trying to end this one. There's the double for Ryoma. A clean ace for Legacy, and one of the most crisp and clean games I've ever casted.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody took any risks on the side of Legacy, and they just managed to take out that game very level-headed. Like I was saying, no risk needed inside that game. When they have the numbers advantage, they take the numbers advantage. When they don't have the numbers advantage, you just go somewhere else and you take whatever else is available on the map. They did so well in that game.
They were in the lead from start to finish, didn't miss a beat, no hiccups, no slip-ups. Legacy Genesis are well and truly here to assert themselves as one of the top contenders for that #1 spot in the OCS.
Yeah, and if you take a look over at Alpha Sydney, one of the biggest mistakes they did was at the very end. They let the turret fall before they fought. So the natural train of thought is, if you're not going to fight under a turret, there's even less reason to fight without a turret. So that's what they did. They let the turret go and then they fought, and it was too little too late. There wasn't even a time for the Kindred to pop her ultimate. And in the end, she just fell so quick, and it was like dominoes after that.
And Ryoma's Azir really showing us that mastery of the champion. Nerfs mean nothing when you're that damn good at Azir, constantly outplaying Ace, forcing him into the hands of Babib, who just won basically the 1-2 Q. He was out of it.
Yeah, completely out of it. And you also got the Lee Sin and also the Azir to knock anybody out of the Kindred ultimate. Yeah, it really didn't look like it had much of an effect on the map.
Alrighty, that does it for myself and Preacher. But we're going to send it back to Hysterics and Mendrix to wrap up the night.
Thank you very much, Rogi and Preacher, and what a game that was. Legacy Genesis definitely being a strong team in the OCS so far, and if they play like that all season, they are going to be unstoppable. You saw the rotations coming out through that game, Mendrix, and I got to say, Babib just walked all over the map and barred the magical journeys with Elise in. That's stupid.
It was one of the most fluid and just echoing what Preacher and Rogi said, the cleanest Christmas play I've seen in quite some time. And it was just one of those cases where it's like, only time we need to fight and kill them is when we need to take an objective.
Oh, yeah.
And that's essentially League of Legends in its purest form. It was amazing to see what those guys pulled off. And it was just illustrated from the beginning of the game. The fact that they had the Bard, they had the caster support as an advantage to help them take those towers early. And because of that extra wave control that they used, sure, Alpha Sydney got an early Drake out of it. But because of that extra wave control, the fact that they knew what they could do early, they were able to get that advantage from the tower, instantly translated into a first blood. And it was just from there what set the pace for the game.
Now
it was
let's
amazing.
talk about that extra turret, because of course Alpha Sydney had the quicker rotation in the start and they were taking down the turret quicker, but it's like Legacy Genesis just snapped on in their head. And suddenly they had all the information going, look, Alpha Sydney still haven't finished this turret, but we're doing it a lot quicker. Let's go ahead and push the next one. Legacy Genesis had these more aggressive and more turn of play rotations that I think really just made the game for them.
It was all about that proactivity that they really had there. It was just incredible how they were just moving around the map, taking everything. I mean, they even took a Rift Herald. It was just amazing. And then that 20-minute Baron as well just showed how switched on they are. They're like, hey, we've got two Mountain Drakes straight away. That means we can take this. We can do the sneak. We've got so much control around the map. 20 minutes on that. There was no chance for Alpha Sydney to even react. And then for the second Baron, well, you know what? You can try and contest. That's fine. We've got the Bard to stop your Kindred from even getting close enough to smite.
And I love plays like that when you saw that, I think it was before 5 minutes or 5-6 minutes that we saw the Mountain Drake getting taken for Legacy Genesis. I mean, it was just so quick. You thought, all right, they're going to get this second turret and they're going to rotate back, or, you know, everyone's going to press B, go to standard lanes. But instead, they're like, nope, going to get the Mountain Drake. Early advantage. Alpha Sydney still trying to take turret. They're all backing off.
Alpha Sydney took the early Drake.
Did they?
Yes.
Are you sure?
100%. Alpha Sydney took the early Drake, which is what set up the control
Mendrix.
for Legacy Genesis. I'm 100% sure.
All right. Well, I'm going to trust you on this one.
As well, allow them to have that extra wave control, which then pushed them to get the extra turret in the bottom lane, and then they were able to head mid and destroy Victor.
Turn me upside down.
Because Zami came through at the very end just to pick him off with that nice little hit.
But Legacy Genesis still aggressive over rotations.
It was what they gave up. It was basically they gave up that extra map control, and then Legacy Genesis just went from there. It was amazing.
All right, so let's have a look at Babip, because Babip made intercession with someone else, and you look at Ryoma mid, and Ryoma was this sub for Legacy in the past, and he was a fantastic mid laner who'd never really got to be utilized or be in the spotlight. Instead, now you see an Azir who's been nerfed and turfed and shoved to the corner, but instead doesn't need that turret pressure, doesn't need that huge turret aggro damage. He did so much, and to bully a Victor like that out, when Victor has such constant damage, and he wasn't even that, he was pretty fed. I think that's quite incredible.
It was a complete outplay. And the other thing you need to note about that as well, Azir, a lot of Azir's nerfs were actually quite utility-based. He still has that raw damage that he can put out onto those champions, and he just used it perfectly. He was like, no worries, I'm going to make sure that I position myself properly, make sure the focus is on dealing as much damage as possible, and the moment I see an opportunity, I will pull that trigger, and I will go forth and use my Emperor's Divide, and he just used it amazingly. Every single time he either picked out a champion, or he was absolutely changing the face of a team fight, and mind you, they were always on top of those team fights.
That's right, and whether it was walking through the enemy jungle, or just pretty much dominating that mid to late game stage, you know, Babip and the rest of his team, Legacy Genesis, played a powerful role. And the OCS is over for today, but unfortunately, we will be back. I'm just kidding, Mendrix. Of course, it's fortunate that we will be back. Exile5 picked up the first win of the day in an awesome game against Reload Esports. Unfortunately, Fortnite had to forfeit, so Trident Esports picked up that win there. Novo Gaming and Sin Academy played one of the best games I have seen in the past year. It was like watching something from the OPL, LPL. I stand by my words. Novo Gaming pick up a well-deserved win off a comeback, and Legacy Genesis picked that one off against a brutalizing, agonizing defeat from Alpha Sydney. Ladies and gents, we do have the lineup for next week as well, which is something I'm looking forward to. Alpha Sydney versus Fortnite. for this next week of our Split 2. Then Sin Academy will prove their worth against Reload Esports. Trident Esports will be trying their might against the mighty Exile 5, and Legacy Genesis and Novo Gaming. If both teams play like they did today, then my God, we're in for a treat next week, ladies and gents. But Mendrix, unlike everyone out there, I haven't had my fill for awesome league games for the week. And if I want to be a part of it, I can go to one very special place. Make sure you check out the open ladder there. It's a great way to get involved. It's a great way to test your mind with your friends and start up a team. If you think you have what it takes, go on, enter at the link below there. The open ladder is great, and that's how all these people got into the OCS and even the OPL. You got to start somewhere. Speaking of the OPL, ladies and gents, this next week coming up, we do have OPL from Mondays and Tuesdays, but this week, unfortunately, we've only got the one day packed full of OPL on the Tuesday there. It's going to be a massive night with all the boys and girls, so make sure you tune in there. But that is enough from Mendrix, myself, Preacher, and Rogie. Thank you very much for joining us on the OCS cast tonight. This was week 1, and boy, things are heating up, and if anything is going to be as good, it's going to have to be as good as this first week, because the games that we experienced tonight were incredible. My name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Penko. Next to me is Nathan Mendrix Mendez, and we'll see you next week.